the Planning Commission meeting of May 12th, 2021. Before we get into roll call, Pledge of Allegiance, let me just do a reading of the public hearing rules and opening. Thank you all for attending this Planning Commission hearing. Before we begin, I would like to state that in the interest of public and staff safety, the Town of Monument is currently following the CDC and Governor Polis recommendations. Planning Commission hearings are in person or via a WebEx application with the planning commissioners and the public attending. Note that the planning department posts in our documents and demand portal information and WebEx instructions for each hearing a week in advance of each meeting. The Planning Commission's role is to conduct public hearings and to make recommendations for the Board of Trustees about land use matters in the Town of Monument. Agendas and packet materials for this meeting are available on the town's website. The Planning Commission bylaws are also on the website, and should anyone wish to become a planning commissioner or alternate, you may find an application on the town website as well. Each commissioner agrees to a non-partial, objective, and fair review. This includes no prejudgment of the projects. Should a commissioner wish to disqualify him or herself for any conflicts of personal or financial interest in any matter before us tonight, please say so now. I see no one raising their hand or otherwise indicating. Also, as a reminder to the commissioners, when you speak about a project, please give your name so that those who are listening to the hearing will know who is speaking. For those who are attending tonight's public hearing via WebEx, please ensure that you, quote, raise your hand, end quote, in WebEx and speak directly to the commission so you can be heard. To ensure a timely and fair hearing, we ask that if multiple people have the same comment, only one person speak on that same subject. Once the public hearing portion is closed, the applicant or staff will be offered an opportunity to provide rebuttal. I will then close the public comments session, and the commission may ask additional questions at that time and discuss the proposal. Thank you, and this concludes the introduction. We'll move on to, I guess number 2 is swearing in. So will we do that before pledge and everything? Okay, so let's move to swearing in of Sean Zurkoff, sorry, I'm so sorry, as alternate commissioner. Zernico, I'm sorry, to staff.
So if you could stand it, I think so. Please raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Sean Zernico,
Do solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm.
do solemnly and sincerely
And truly declare
and truly declare and affirm
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution and laws of the United States,
the Constitution and laws of the United States,
the Constitution and statutes of the state of Colorado,
the Constitution and statutes of the state of Colorado,
the ordinances of the town of Monument,
the ordinance of the town of Monument,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties of the office of Planning Commissioner for the town of Monument,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties of the office of the Planning Commissioner for the town of Monument,
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Sir.
Thank you.
So that's okay, Mr. Foreman, you are excused.
Appreciate it.
To staff, we'll just do a quick roll call, please.
Commissioner Eric Light,
Here.
Commissioner Danny Orse, Commissioner Martin Trujillo,
Here.
Commissioner Bill Lewis,
Present.
Vice Chairman Sean White,
Present.
Chairman Chris Wilhelmi,
Here.
and we have a quorum.
Thank you. And let's move to the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone could please stand. All right, thank you, everyone. We'll move to the fifth item tonight, which is the request for approval of the prior or previous Planning Commission meeting minutes. Do I have a motion to approve?
I move we approve the minutes of the previous meeting.
Second.
Commissioner Martin Trujillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Bill Lewis,
Yes.
Commissioner Eric Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Danny Orris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Sean White,
Yes.
and Chairman Chris Wilhelmi.
Yes. And for the sixth item, and let's get into the meat and potatoes of tonight's meeting, the public hearings and recommendations. First, we'll take presentation on the Tri-Lakes Fire Department filing number 1, replat and rezone. Do we have the applicant? Or, sorry, staff.
Yes. The applicant is here tonight, Dean Wall, who is representing Tri-Lakes Fire Department. This is the final plat for Tri-Lakes, final plat and rezone for Tri-Lakes Monument Fire, filing number 1. The site is off of Highway 105. It's 15.849 acres in size. It's a rezone from PID to PD to be consistent with the existing zoning, which is PD for the existing fire department, and the land adjacent to it is currently PID. And to be consistent, is being rezoned to PD. The fire station is currently in the process of a remodel, and the remodel is to improve the housing quarters and office space. Lot 1, which is being rezoned tonight and the final plat tonight, is a future fire department training area. And all applicable code standards are met for this filing. The staff recommends approval of the final plat and rezone of monument, Tri-Lakes Monument Fire, filing number 1, based on the staff report findings that the proposed development complies with all standards and criteria for approval. And the applicant, as I said, is here tonight to answer any questions.
Does the applicant have anything to add or no?
Speak for a second. My name is Dean Wall. I'm the Division Chief of Logistics for Tri-Lakes Monument Fire Department. And this station is undergoing a long-needed remodel to adapt to the needs of our crews. And we need to build over the old property line. That's the main reason for the plat. So because the property was actually platted in El Paso County and been annexed by the town, that's why we've asked for this plat session. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. I'll now open up to public comments if there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this particular presentation. Please step forward one at a time. I will limit to 3 minutes at most. That's for all public comments on these proposals. And please just state your name and your address and what you have to say. Is there anyone that would like to say anything? And I'll check in online as well, but I don't see anyone in the audience. Thank you, Drew. We'll give another moment or so just in case someone's lagging behind. All right, anything, Drew? All right, thank you. Having seen none in the meeting room here, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment section. We will now move on to commissioner questions and comments on this proposal. Do we have any?
Thank you. Commissioner Sean White. So one of the questions I have is with this remodel and expansion of the fire station footprint, will the activity and use of the site change at all? Or is it going to be the same activity we see today, just on a larger building and plot?
Sure. Thanks for the question. So basically, the same activity is going to take place. The bays and the apparatus that run out of those bays will remain the same. The crew size may increase, and right now there is no accommodation for that at all. So really, again, that's the reason for this remodel is the station was built as a volunteer station, and now we have paid professionals 24/7, 365 days a year that live out of that station. We need to make reasonable accommodations for their living conditions. And again, we're building over an old property line to expand the dorm rooms there, basically.
I have one other question. I read in the packet that there's going to be a lot of training that occurs on the site, extraction and that sort of thing. Is that accurate?
So we don't really know right now. Those activities currently take place at the station, and those activities are likely to remain. They do some auto extrication type activities and some wildland training on that current property. And monks have been, the prior property owners have been nice enough to allow us to use their grasslands for, running vehicles and doing wildland training. So, and those will likely remain the same.
Okay. And when you do have that type of training, that equipment, when it's not in use, is that stored away out of sight, or is it maintained outside and visible?
No, so those vehicles are maintained inside the quarters. Currently, we do have some additional storage containers because we have to move all of the contents of the station out during the addition and remodel.
Okay, great. I have no other questions.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you.
No other comments or questions from commissioners? Just moving this along, and a motion on this, anyone?
Make a motion.
Please.
I move that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the Tri-Lakes Monument Fire Filing Number 1, final plat and rezone based on the staff report findings, that the proposed development complies with all standards and criteria for approval.
Second the motion.
I'm going to just go through the clarification of the motion as it appears on my agenda. So the motion is that Commissioner Hours has moved that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the Tri-Lakes Fire Department Filing Number 1, replat and rezone based on the staff report findings, that the proposed development complies with all standards and criteria for approval. Any other discussion on the motion as made? I think we can have a roll call.
Yep. Commissioner Danny Orrs. Commissioner Eric Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Martin Trujillo.
Yes.
Commissioner Bill Lewis.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Sean White.
Yes.
And Chairman Chris Wilhelmy.
Yes.
It has been approved.
All right, thank you. And we'll move on to the second item for tonight. Project Jackson Creek North, filings 3 through 6, final plats. I'll turn this over to staff.
Yep. Good evening. I'm just let you know this project is within Regency Park, which is a straight zone. So the site plan is being reviewed by town staff and it will be approved administratively since it's in Regency Park. But the plat is required to come to Planning Commission and the board. The project is off of Higbee Road and Leather Traps Drive area. And is a continuation of Jackson Creek North 1 and 2. It's 165 acres in size. As I said, it's Regency Park, PRD 2 and PRD 4. That means 2 units per acre and 4 units per acre. It's 378 single-family detached lots, which range from 7,150 square feet to 29,215 square feet. And there's 41 tracks, which include public utilities, open space, open space, which is 10.2 acres for a park site, and 34.1 acres of open space, and drainage. All tracks and roadways are dedicated to the town of Monument and maintained by Triview Metro District. And Triview Metro District will also provide water and wastewater services for all development within Jackson Creek North. Land was dedicated to Lewis Palmer School District 38, and all codes and standards were met for this project. And staff recommends approval of the final plats for Jackson Creek North, filings 3 through 6, based on the staff report findings that the proposed development complies with all standards and criteria for approval. And Mike Taylor, who is with Creekside Developers, is here tonight to answer any questions that you may have.
I'll give a moment for the applicant if you'd like to say something. Thank you.
Taylor for the applicants. Is there any question?
Do you have anything to add at this time, or
Do not.
All right, with that, I will open this item to public comment. Again, my comments previously regarding the time constraints on 3 minutes, as well as if there was something brought up by a member of the public that covers the topic that you wish to discuss. We try not to repeat these things. But otherwise, I'll open up to the member of the public, and I'll first start with anyone here in our audience that would like to speak, and not to take you away from the podium, but if there is anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment, please do so now. Please. Again, we'll just ask for your name and address.
Heidi Buhai. I live at 558 Hollow Drive.
And 1 second, do we have a sign-in sheet or anything? Or okay, Ms. Brukov, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, awkward pause, but I'm
Yeah, signing in does not affect your time. So
no, I will not speak for 3 minutes. I guess I'm just concerned about how fast everything's getting built up, and I feel like there's some overcrowding issues, like especially at our schools. They did mention that there's some land possibly set aside, but I'm wondering first if there's an actual plan for school because of this. Also, I feel like the intersection of Lion's Tail and Jackson Creek Way, right in Supers, is super dangerous. We don't even go that way. We go the stoplight, and if we're going to add approximately 75 houses, a stoplight would probably be. And then I'm just concerned about, I'm glad that they have a little bit of open space and a little bit of park space, but maybe as we add more and more for the rest of the public to have some things that are of use rather than just another sea of houses, and more perhaps an outdoor pool space. I feel like that's something that's lacking. So anyway, I guess those are my concerns. It seems like it's already pretty much a done deal and we can't do much about it.
all right, we appreciate your feedback. Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that would like to make a comment regarding this project? Okay. Drew, I'll turn to you online. Ms. Bollard, if you can hear me, can you let us know that you are there? Yeah, you may need to unmute yourself.
Oh, can you hear me now?
We can.
Oh, great. So my question is, I noticed that the plan had changed from previously. It looked like Cloverleaf was going to intersect Higbee and maybe take a little bit of traffic off of Harness Road. And I wondered why that was changed.
And just so you know, Ms. Bullard, we're not doing a Q&A right now. We're just taking comments. So if you have more comments to make, now is the time to do it.
Okay, well, I would think that, attaching cloverleaf might take a little bit of traffic off of Harness. And also, I noticed there was a pretty big pile of dirt, near Harness and Bowstring, and I wondered if that was temporary.
And anything else that you have, Ms. Bullard?
Nope, that's it.
Well, thank you very much for participating and stating your comments. I'll turn back to Drew. Anyone else online that you see? Okay, thank you, Drew. Ms. Catherman, if you can hear me, please let us know that you're there.
I'm here.
All right, thank you. And I did forget to get this from Ms. Bullard, her address, but if you can please state your address for the record, we would appreciate it.
16601 Curled Oak Drive.
Thank you very much. And go ahead with your comment when you're ready.
So it was my understanding that most of that area north of Harness Road, that borders Remington Hill, was all supposed to be Zone 4. And now it looks like there are parts that are coming off of Bowstring that I'm assuming those are Zoned 6. Is that correct?
And again, as before, we're not engaging in a Q&A right now, but we are making notes of your comments.
Okay.
So we won't be answering that immediately, but so to speak, just please continue with whatever other comments you might have.
Okay, that's all I have at the moment.
Thank you very much. Go back to Drew. Any other comments, participants that you can see? And I will just give a moment virtually and here in the room if anyone else wants to speak up, make a comment. Got it. If you've made your comment, if you're online and you've made your comment, we would greatly appreciate it if you could just lower your hand to minimize confusion on our end. Thank you. All right, Mr. Durlam, if you can hear me, please let us know.
Yes, this is Todd Dearlam. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And if you could just state your address, we'd appreciate it for the record.
Sure. It's 16614 Mystic Canyon Drive. I'm in Remington Hill. And I was just, my comment, and I missed your discussion about when we are actually going to have the Q&A back and forth for the first opening part of this. But if you could just tell me that after I make my comment. My comment is just, I understand that the original discussion had been that Harness would not connect to Higbee, and I understand that that has changed now. And my comment would be, I would be interested in understanding more about the traffic flow dynamics that is being anticipated coming down Harness, and understanding. I'd be interested in people explaining what that discussion was had and what the result are. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to respond to you, we're not engaging in a Q&A per se with public at this time or really during this meeting. Instead, we take comments from the public and we then engage the applicant appropriately. So thank you for your comments, and we appreciate your participation. Okay. Thank you, Drew. Mr. Slatcher, if you can hear me, please let us know. You may have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you very much. And for the record, if you can just state your address, please.
Yes, I live at 680 Harness Road. And
Okay.
I would like to echo the concerns expressed about the amount of traffic that's going to be coming through down Harness Road, if that is going to be an intersection at Higbee Road. And with the size of the road and how tight it is already, and having this many lots, 378 lots in this area coming, potentially a large percentage of that coming up through that intersection. That's going to be a lot of traffic at that intersection. And just want to express my concern that, like I said, it's going to be quite a bit of traffic coming through there, and for a very, a residential section area here with very small, tight roads here that are blind curves, and a lot of people on those roads walking. It's going to be very dangerous.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Slatcher. Drew, anyone else online? Thank you, Drew. Mr. Westbrook, if you can hear me, please let us know.
Hi, this is Kyle Westbrook, 762 Sally Hill Court in Remington. And I would also like to echo the concerns about the traffic at coming down Harness Road, particularly the intersection of Harness and Bowstring, where traffic is already pretty heavy going through that intersection with only a two-way stop. So my concern is what kind of traffic control device will happen at that intersection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook. Keep turning to Drew. Anyone else online that you see? Okay, I'll do a quick survey of the meeting room here. Not seeing any additional hands, but I'll still give the folks online another moment to step up. If you do have a comment to make, please raise your hand virtually. Yes, we have someone here. Please, sir, come on up. Come on, come on down. We have a sign-in sheet for you. Thank you very much.
Simple. I'm very interested in what's going on at that intersection of Harness and Higbee.
Okay.
If you guys could comment on that, that is already a problem. Not to mention the road needs fixed there, but it's already a problem. 555 Harness, so just up the street from the gentleman that was at 680.
Okay, and thank you very much.
Yep.
All right, Drew.
Thank you for your work.
Oh, thank you. All right. One last look. I don't see anyone. Oh, yes. Please come on down and sign in, and please put your name and address on the record.
So Ron Poolstra, 16465 Pearl Oak. And we just recently had our son-in-law and daughter move in with us. He's a police officer. And he expressed his concern about the growth that we have not only in Monument, but in Colorado Springs because of medical. He had to wait, we'll just say, on a medical problem just the other day. He couldn't transport them because there was no room in the hospitals. So I'm concerned that we're growing too fast. That's it.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your participation as well. All right, one final check. Drew online, shaking in the head. No one else is raising their hand? Okay, thank you. Oh, yes. Please come up and, yep. You've already signed in, so go for it.
Sorry, the last gentleman just really, the main thing I meant to say initially, but is that I'm concerned about water issues with how fast we're growing. California just not have enough water to support everyone. That's been looked at, the super fast growth.
Thank you. All right. So I think we have everyone accounted for here physically, and then virtually, I think we're accounted for as well. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and with that, if there is any particular, I'll close the public comment section, but I'll invite the applicant. There's a lot of points raised by the public, and if the applicant can go through those points, it would be much appreciated.
The question that I heard, and you can, I'll respond to it, and then you can, if there's others, should respond to. So the question was with regard to a change in the road structure. Just for reference, there was a neighborhood meeting conducted last fall with regard to this overall site plan. And I think that the comments that are being made with regard to changes are in reference to that. So I'll just address that real quickly. So originally, the plan was to show Cloverleaf and Harness Road both connecting to Higby. You'll note now that there's no longer a connection shown for Cloverleaf Road, and that was noted. One of the comments that came out from Tri-View Metropolitan District by its engineers was originally that they did not want a connection. They didn't want two connection points there. They did not want a connection at Harness Road. I think staff will back me on this. The roads, with regard to where we are so far on just the submittal process, comments and resubmittal process, these roads have been looked at very thoroughly. Not only does the applicant engage an independent engineer to do a traffic impact analysis, but the town has its own third-party referral engineers that look at traffic, and Tri-View is extremely active in looking at this. So again, Tri-View had initially said they didn't want a connection at Harness. Upon further review of that by Tri-Lakes Fire, who's a referral agency, they came back and said that they would not agree to that, that they wanted that connection point for life safety issues. So the change then that took place was that we're not showing a connection any longer from Cloverleaf Road to Higby Road. So that's the basis of that change that I believe we need to. And again, Mr. Chairman, if there's other questions, I heard the other comments, but I'm not sure I heard any that that weren't just of a general nature with regard to growth and traffic overall.
Oh, the bowstrings, do you want me to answer some of the questions that was asked? If there was, or you can do it, harness and bowstrings, the connection there, because there's going to be a roundabout there, which just doesn't show in the plot.
So,
but
so there will be a roundabout at Cloverleaf and Bowstring. So I think the question was actually, as I recall it, was the existing intersection at Harness and Bowstring, traffic control on that intersection. So as you're aware, that's an existing intersection. That intersection was actually established back when Remington Hill was platted. So it's been under the control of, was dedicated at that point in time to the town of Monument, pursuant to the IGA between the town and Tri-View, has been maintained by Tri-View since then. So with regard to any changes in traffic control on that, that would fall under the control of Tri-View.
Would you like me to comment about the water issue that was brought up?
You know, if I'd say not yet. Let's close on this and then we can have, thank you, Mr. Foreman.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a quick question on the, on what we just said? I just, for point of clarification. So bowstring and harness, you're not tapping bowstring into harness?
So, yes.
You are. So you're going to touch already and you're going to
Bow-
disturb.
Bowstring and harness is an existing intersection.
Correct, but you're going to continue it, correct?
Well, we will continue Bowstring Road up to Higby Road.
So you're going to touch,
Or Cloverleaf.
so you're going to touch bowstring to harness in your construction phase too, right?
So when you say bowstring to harness, again,
So if harness is coming this way and bowstring's hitting it here, you're going to do this part, right?
we will extend from the existing intersection of Harness Road. Jackson Creek North Filing number 2 actually extends from that intersection. So when we're talking about the intersection of Harness Road and Bowstring Road, going north of that, that extension with regard to the interior of that subdivision for Jackson Creek North Filing number 2, which is underway right now, will be extended as part of that. We will then extend as part of these subdivisions that we will tap onto that, extend that up to future Cloverleaf Road, and then we will take it from that intersection up to Higby Road.
So your part of your filing here is from Cloverleaf to Higby
From Cloverleaf to Higby, yes,
of
sir.
bowstring.
Correct.
So everything on for bowstring and harness has already been solved or addressed.
It's existing, so it's not part of these filings.
Okay. I just want to make sure everybody's clear because it is a problem intersection. I concur with the other comments. Thank you.
All right, so just to keep some order, we'll close this portion, but of course we'll be having discussion amongst ourselves, but thank you for your rebuttal.
Absolutely.
Okay, and moving this along, commissioners, questions, comments for this? And Mr. Foreman, or well, let me ask, Mr. Foreman, do you want to just make a comment on the water to start us off?
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you.
Too.
Thanks.
So currently, Triview, Denala, Woodmore, and Forest Lakes, and the town of Palmer Lake are all in a consortium to work with either CSU or Cherokee to bring surface water to not only the Tri-Lakes area, but also to the town of Monument and possibly to the town of Palmer Lake. We just recently put in an emergency interconnect with Forest Lakes to be able to provide a interconnect between the two that'll provide emergency water in any type of emergency that we have. We're trying to prepare for, and I know it's hard to think about this since we've had so much rain and snow, but we're preparing for drought conditions this summer. We're also in conversations with Triview to provide an emergency interconnect under I-25 to the town of Monument that would connect at Old Denver Road. That would be an emergency interconnect today, but in the future would be a supply line that would either come from CSU or Cherokee. And so Triview and Woodmore have tremendous water rights south of Colorado Springs all the way to the Pueblo Reservoir. And this pipeline, if approved and installed, would allow them to bring those assets to the town of Monument.
How far along is the approval process, or is that going?
We're currently having meetings with the county commissioners right now on some funding. There are some opportunities there, and we're having those conversations. I think that Triview is already preparing the easements. They already have a line sketch, and they've already completed some negotiations with Fox Run Park, putting that pipeline through there and creating some easements and doing some in-kind work for Fox Run Park to do some improvements in roads there. We are currently, I think we will be applying for a 1041 permit within the next couple of months. And then we're doing a rate study with CSU and an alignment study with both CSU and Cherokee.
Thank you for that update.
You bet.
Yeah. I'll open it to the commissioners.
Mr. Foreman, a quick question about what you just explained with getting additional surface water and these additional tie-ins. Is this for future demand future planning, or is this in response to a identified shortage?
It's both. It's both. We definitely want to make sure that we're identifying needs for future planning, but the town of Monument right now, due to the fact that we're investing $22 million for not only our needs currently, but also for the future, we're having to replace some wells. If you see well number 3 right outside of, right at 2nd and Beacon Light Road, that's under construction right now. I think well 7 and 9 are going to be repaired and replaced this year. We had the issues with radium last year. We took that well offline. We're putting in a filtration system that will filter the radium out of the water. And so that's underway. I think that'll start and be completed by the end of this year. And so all of these projects kind of put us in an immediate need for water. And so to address those, we're negotiating with Triview to bring an emergency interconnect underneath I-25 to connect to Old Denver Road. We did the emergency interconnect with Forest Lakes, and then we also are in, matter of fact, this week we have a meeting with the town of Palmer Lake to possibly provide them with a emergency interconnect for their needs. And so by working with all of these entities, we feel like that we're trying to address all the needs for the northern El Paso County area. And so we're bringing all the partners together.
Perfect. Thank you for those details. You bet.
And this is an open forum for the commissioners, so whoever wants to speak.
Commissioner Hours, concerning the Higbee Road, does Triview now own the responsibility for that? Has that been taken from the county?
Not yet. We're still in negotiations with the county. As a matter of fact, I think we have a meeting next week with their county engineer. We are working with HR Green, I believe, as the engineer for Triview. And so the intent is for the town to annex that road and then transfer, just like we have other roads in Triview, we transfer the maintenance responsibilities to Triview.
Okay, with that being said, now, will Higbee now stand 378 vehicle-related passages? I know when we were talking about Home Place Ranch, recall that, we couldn't extend Glen Eagle because Higbee Road wouldn't stand the burden of the new traffic. How does this 378 apply?
Well, I think the developers stated this earlier. They've done a traffic impact analysis, and I believe Home Place Ranch has done the same thing. And so they've combined these traffic impact analysis, and those show that it will contain that. But not only that, Triview is working with HR Green to provide some traffic controlling measures, such as roundabouts. And so they're currently designing, I know at least 2 roundabouts, possibly 3, and on Higbee Road for some traffic controlling measures.
Okay, the only other question then I would ask is, what's the date of the traffic study related to that? Is that a very current traffic study?
Ours was done last fall. As I mentioned, we obviously have engineers that submit traffic impact analysis as part of our submittal. HR Green, who represents Triview, it has been working up till literally last week on their updates. And if I could mention, with regard to future Higbee, we have been in detailed conversations. In fact, I was on an hour-long call today with Triview talking about their plans for expansion of Higbee Road, and as Mr. Foreman mentioned, some traffic calming measures to be installed on that. So the gist of the conversation we had today was essentially what, with regard to this development, will be the financial contribution towards those improvements. So we're well aware there's going to be a component of that. We've had conversations with staff about the mechanisms for doing that. And, we fully acknowledge the fact that prior to moving this into a stage of recording and then further development, that there's going to need to be an agreement in place where we've committed funds for that. There's assurances in place that put that in place. And if I could real quickly, just on the water, and Mr. Foreman, I don't mean to speak for you, but I took your comments to be a little broader than this project from the standpoint of addressing what I heard as the public comment. So I just want to reiterate for the record that with regard to this development, it's fully within Tri-View's boundaries. So Tri-View has a responsibility for serving water. And I believe, as the commissioners are aware, all water rights have been deeded to Tri-View previously with regard to all this property in this area. So with regard to their availability to serve this, with regard to groundwater, that water is sufficient. So this is not relying on, I just want to clarify that so everybody's on the same page.
One other question. Does your traffic study also include the impact from Higbee Road to 105 on Jackson Creek?
It does not, from the standpoint of generation of this development on that span of road.
So then I would ask staff.
Yes, sir. Currently, we've received funding for expansion of Jackson Creek Parkway from Higbee to 105. And so we're about to go out to RFP for the design of that from Higbee Road to 105. And so I think the want and the hope is that we can design Jackson Creek from Higbee to 105 to look similar and almost exactly like it does from Higbee south.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I've got a question kind of building on, this is Commissioner Lewis, building on what Commissioner Orr mentioned. I was going to ask the exact same question about Higbee, because we had a lot of discussion the night that Home Place Ranch came, and I want to say it was almost unanimous of the board that we wanted to see Glen Eagle push through to Higbee, but we were told by staff that the county would not approve that in preliminary design, and hence it was scratched. So I find it interesting that now that the county signed off on this. Am I hearing that correctly?
It was sent to them and they did not have any issues that was sent back to us.
Okay. So the fact that they were okay with these tie-ins now, and the reasoning we were given that night was that Higbee was not engineered or designed well enough to handle this flow. So it sounds like between the applicant and staff, though, there are some provisions that are being made and when Tri-View takes it. But on top of that, I also found it ironic when the county approved the development further north of Home Place Ranch to tie into Higbee. So to deny us to branch into Higbee and then go ahead and approve their own housing development was quite the interesting development. I'm very interested in the traffic studies and how we do all this. I'm glad to hear Jackson Creek is going to move forward, that whole corridor. And as I said before, the way Harness and Bowstring connects, that is not a very nice area. I live in Jackson Creek, and so the amount of increased traffic going through is significant. I agree with the resident that talked about over by King Supers. It's horrible. I think if we start pulling some of the traffic accident data between all those intersections, it's increasing tremendously. So I think that whole area of Jackson Creek and Jackson Creek Parkway really needs a good, solid traffic study done before we go too much further. That's all the comments I had. Thank you.
Commissioner Light, and this is either for staff or for the applicant. And it's mainly to help the people that are online and also sitting here in the audience that can't see this. But with these homes and with the other things that have been approved, what are the main arteries of how are people going to get home? They're going to be able to come in off of Jackson Creek to Cloverleaf. They're going to be able to come in on Higbee to Harness. What are the main arteries into this building area for traffic?
In the two connection points that are proposed now to Higbee Road, String Road. So traffic come in and First intersection, obviously, is you're coming westbound on Higley intersection. Alternative, obviously, needs to go. So we see, those entry points obviously being in subdivision. Similarly, if Jackson Creek Parkway moved to subdivision, basically be closed. A connection point as well. Obviously, leather chaps and entryway and those are essentially the connection points.
All right, so this isn't going to go far enough to connect into Glen Eagle at Prominent Point in that area. Okay. Okay. All righty, so you'll be able to get to it coming down Jackson Creek and going up Jackson Creek. You'll be able to get it from Higley. Okay. Just want to make sure that there's enough arteries and they can go, north or south, that sort of thing, and get into there.
Commissioner White, I have a couple of questions. The first few questions I ask, I want to make sure that each of the members of the public who asked a question had their question properly answered. So I think this first one is going to be for the applicant. Heidi, I forget your last name, but Heidi asked a question about amenities, not just seeing a sea of houses. And I have a similar question along those lines. I saw in a presentation that there's some dedicated land for parks and that sort of thing, and I didn't see where in the plan that I had access to beforehand where those parks would be. So could you address what sort of amenities this particular development is planning?
So as I believe the commissioners are aware, parks within Regency Park are the responsibility of pursuant to the existing IGA. So whenever we're talking about parks, looking at those amenities, we first go to a conversation about. So with a little bit of history, Jackson Creek North Filing No. 2, which basically is located north of the intersection of Hollis and Bowstring. In that subdivision, essentially what would be the northwest corner of that intersection, as part of that filing, park that's going in that subdivision. So that came about as part of a discussion. Triview eased upon of hired a finished park essentially. So if you look at it's about it's got significant, it's got play area. So when we went back to Triview with regard to these filings, essentially what we were told is, look, we don't want any more finished parks. And the basis of that, as I understood it, was concerns over wall, concerns over maintenance with regard to park going in nature. So look at these filings, and specifically Commissioner White with regard to the location. Look at filings 5 and 6, which are essentially east of future Harness Road extension. There is, as staff mentioned, a 10-acre park site that is platted in there. So based on our conversations with Triview, that park will be essentially in a natural state. There will be some trails cut through that, but the intention of that location was to provide a recreation site that isn't of the finished nature, but would provide for hiking, trails through there, some open areas where people picnic and that nature. That was the type of finish that they were looking for with regard to these filings. Similarly, if you look at what is filing 5, essentially come down to leather chaps. There's a good size open track down there that's being dedicated space as well that would essentially allow for that leather chaps in there and subdivision essentially up towards that natural park area. So those are the major parks and open space dedications with regard to this, and then we've got some ancillary dedications in there as well. Space, in addition to just the normal landscaping tracks.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm understanding, this particular filing doesn't have any dedicated parks or open space within it, but the development overall and some of the other filings, those have been accounted for, filing 5. And,
And
okay.
just as a note, the site plan, development, site plan. So yeah, essentially when we're looking at space and those things, those conversations were had, stuff, the overall.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And then let's see, I have some questions that I wrote down that I think are best for staff. First one would be, there's a big pile of dirt at Harness and Bowstring. What's going on there?
That's part of the Jackson Creek North filing 2 construction, and that will go away after they're done with their construction for that filing.
Great. And then I believe it was Ms. Kathman brought up what she thought was a change in zoning as she understood it, north of I'm trying to remember, north of Harness, but she said it was zoned 4, but now seems to be 6. Were you tracking that question, and can you speak to that?
These filings are Regency Park 2 and 4. 6 is adjacent to it, which is not part of this filing.
Okay. I think. And then just to bring up a point that was brought earlier, we addressed the traffic concerns going north on Jackson Creek. The town has some plans. That's wonderful. But I agree that there's going to be a lot more residents going to King Soopers when this is completed, and that intersection there out of King Soopers and at Lion's Tail is probably going to become more problematic as we have 300 homes going shopping. Is the town looking at that at all?
Yes, Tri-View is actually looking at it. We did a study with them to figure out what improvements need to happen at that area, and it's going to be in their budget for next year. I was told by Jim McGrady. I don't know if it was approved yet, but he wants it in the budget for next year to make those improvements. A signal cannot go there. It's too close to the current signal, but we have other ways that we can alleviate the traffic from the study that we've done and the renderings that his on-call engineer has provided the town.
Great. All right. Thank you for the details. That's all I have.
Real quick, Debbie, did you just say filing 6 is not part of this?
Not filing 6. There's Regency Park 6 next to it. Yep.
That's what we misunderstood.
Sorry.
This Martin Trujillo, question for staff. In this project, it identifies that Jackson Creek Land Company has developed or had previously deeded land to Lewis Palmer School District 38. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, a few of their projects combined has dedicated the land adjacent to Bear Creek Elementary School. And when that gets voted on for a school in the future, that will be the next school for Lewis Palmer School District 38.
Perfect. Thank you.
I had some questions. First for the applicant. You mentioned traffic calming measures on Higbee. What about on Bowstring connecting? Because I think one of I live locally there. There's a high school right there, and I've already seen it where this school year, once they were back in school, boy, they were going pretty fast coming down Bowstring to connect to Leather Chaps now, and conceivably once that's connected, it's just a straightaway. So what sort of traffic calming measures are being implemented?
So there'll be a roundabout installed at that intersection of Bowstring and Clover, which was a measure 3 traffic. In addition to that, on a side note, Harness Road, as you move up from that intersection, going your extension from existing Harness Road in Bowstring now, is an intersection that lies about intersect with a road, interior road called Treasure Seeker Drive. We're also going to install around.
So 2 roundabouts along Bow
So
String?
there'll be a roundabout at Bowstring and Clover.
Okay.
Existing.
And is there any plans for any other measures like, not that I really love them, but the bumps or anything like that to calm
At
traffic?
this point in time, they haven't been designed.
And you may not know this, but did any of the traffic studies occur not during the pandemic? So I
So
understand that.
Our traffic counts were actually done prior to.
Okay. All right. Because it's just so much different now.
Right.
We've all lived it. Regarding the parks, you mentioned, was it TriView that said we don't want any more finished parks?
Right.
Okay. So with that, there was no desire to at least do anything other than, all right, no more finished parks, at least for this.
Well, historically, if you go through Regency Park, if you look at Jackson Creek, what's been done, there's a park put in as part of Promontory Point. Classic did that, but historically, there just hasn't been a lot of those finished type parks there. So again, we responded to what we saw as a community need, that in regard to Jackson Creek filing number 2 and putting. But beyond that, as far as, did we push back on that and say, no, we think you should allow us to design in a park? We really didn't. I mean, we took their comments, looked at that overall. I think we found a good site for the 10 acres that we did, kind of that natural area that I talked about. And that was kind of the conclusion as far as the design measures associated with the park.
Is there any thoughts on like a gravel or other like pedestrian friendly trail or other system in lieu of having parks, but otherwise pedestrian throughways?
So if you go to Jackson Creek North Filing 1, familiar with that, and then extending up to Filing 2. So basically, intersection of Harness and Bowstring, okay? Jackson Creek Filing 1 would be directly to the west of Remington Hill, south of that Harness extension. Jackson Creek North Filing 2 would go north of that, and as I described, essentially Bowstring Road kind of splits that subdivision. Right. So it borders senior living to the east, okay, and then its northern boundary will be Cloverleaf Road. There, as part of those 2 subdivisions, so again, Jackson Creek North Filings number 1 and 2, there was an easement granted along those for buffer for the county connector.
That's right. Is that getting extended, continued?
Eventually. I mean, it's a county call on that, but that's where that kind of major trail connection is meant to run. And again, as part of those subdivisions, that stuff has been deeded. So with regard to the other areas, the areas within these filings we're looking at, there was no, trailhead connections for that. And so we basically looked at it, and given the interior sidewalks and roads associated with the local, we didn't attempt to put in any type of gravel way.
And on that note, where there's a conceived connector to Leather Chaps and it sounded like a pedestrian, I'm looking at this map, like right on the lower end. Is that going to be thought as a larger, I would say, what's that envisioned to be?
So the way we've dedicated is basically as open space. And so what we, in our conversations again with TriView, what we first saw there was just, that's kind of an entrance as people are making their way around. There's, as you're familiar, directly south of what is Filing 5. So it's basically the easternmost, southernmost point of these filings. That borders on mouse ground, on JM. So we've had issues in the past with that, with regard to, having to post that to keep people, trespassers out. So the idea was that this tract essentially that borders Leather Chaps to the south, and then basically this filing to the north would be an entry point for people just walking along. It's open space for that. It's not PMJM habitat, so it gives people a chance to, if they're walking their dogs or whatever. And then ultimately, it comes up into the local roads and the sidewalks. And as I discussed, it would be, we think, a fairly, easy transition up to that open park area. So that was the thought there.
Okay. And I think we hit on the schools, and this is related to staff. D38, we're okay with, again, future having 378 more homes within their district.
Yep, and they do their own studies to figure out when a school needs to be built, and then it goes to the community to be voted on. And they have their own fees, and we have nothing to do with their school district. That's for them to do, not for the town. The only item that we have to do with the school district is ask if they want fees in lieu or land dedication.
Be correct, Debbie, that you send all these plans to them to review.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to have a few more, but I will yield right now to anyone else.
I just needed a clarification real fast. So basically with, for parks, that's on TriView. So anybody that has suggestions or says, hey, we want some really good playgrounds, or we want this outdoor pool, or we want whatever, that would be, they should probably focus on going to a TriView meeting, correct?
Speak out of school, but I have enough knowledge of this that I can tell you that there is an intergovernmental group, TriView in town. Certain provisions, TriView has responsibility for installing and maintaining parks and open space within its boundaries. So the simple answer to your question would be yes, that's an issue to take up to amenity park.
The applicant, sorry. Gonna get some exercise. All right. Just some quick questions again. There was 7,000-ish square foot lots to 25,000 or 29,000, something like that.
Yeah,
Pretty sizable. Thank you. And so what's approximately the plan proportion, of those 378, how many are more on the 7,100 side versus 29,000 side? And everything in between?
So keep in mind, as noted on there, you're two different zoning classifications.
Correct. Yeah.
So PRD2 would weigh obviously heavier in terms of when you're looking at basic requirements are under those zoning classifications under Title 17 of the code. Essentially, the minimum lot frontage for lot within 60 feet to its 75. We actually upsized most of those on the PRD2 side. So if you look at lot counts, essentially you're out even in terms of PRD2 versus the PRD2 is going to be based on the acreage somewhere close to 278. That provides a pretty good mean simply because those are the parameters that are being followed.
Okay, but just in terms of numbers is, boiling that down.
Well, I can tell you that, if you look at the range, the 29 is skewed. I mean, that's, those, I can tell you without even looking, right? That's going to be a cul-de-sac lot.
Yeah. And just gathering my thoughts here and let's get really good. Give me one second.
And while we're waiting, I did get a text from a resident who's on WebEx, and they are hearing on WebEx a hard time from those at the podium. So if you can just try and lean into the microphone so they can hear the responses. Same to anyone who comes up and speaks at the podium.
I'll make one short comment. I hear a lot of discussion about what Triview is saying they're going to do for Higbee, what the desires are. I just would like to see something codified. There's a lot, we can make lots of promises and say that this is going to be done, this is going to be done. Yeah, but the whole issue we had with the county or the other one, and now we're dealing with Higbee again, and there's more things in motion. I just don't know how we codify that, but Higbee is a concern for me. I mean, I think the traffic coming out of that high school is a problem, and how it ties in. Jackson Creek is a problem. That intersection is a problem, and the traffic's coming a lot faster than the improvements are. So that's really where my comments are.
I just want to restate, there will be an improvement agreement that the applicant has to provide, and in the improvement agreement, they are responsible to help pay for a portion of Higbee Road improvements. So that will be recorded when their site plan and plats are recorded. We will not record anything until we have that. So just to let you know.
Commissioner Rowers, does Triview have enough information related to the issues that were concerned on Higbee and Jackson Creek down by King Supers to come at some point and at least brief that the public could get an idea of what's coming forward in one of our meetings?
Yes, I can talk to Jim McGrady to see if they can do that. I know everything right now is a draft form for Higbee Road, but when that comes into fruition, we can definitely do that. And Mike can speak on that too as well.
Yeah, definitely. Commissioner Jim McGrady enjoys doing that. He'd love to come. He's done it to our board before, and so we could definitely have him come and update you on some of the plans for Higbee Road and for Jackson Creek Parkway. And I'd like to reiterate to Commissioner Lewis's comment, you are correct. There is very little funding out there. Me and Jim talk about this every week about how we're going to fund Higbee Road. We can design it. We can get, the best plans laid out and put them on a shelf. If we can't, that's where they're going to end up if we can't find the funding. And so both entities have stepped up, requiring developers to participate in the funding of the widening of these roads. And we like to say it's a hammer for us, but all of the developers so far have willingly participated and are willingly participating in what we call PIAs now, public improvement agreements. And so I think we're working on the town side on 4 right now. And I think Jim is working on a couple himself also.
I appreciate it, Mr. Foreman.
Yeah, going along with Bill, I think it would be really beneficial if we had, the city plus Triview to be able to come in here because, they have these great plans that if the transportation issues are in place, won't be a problem at all. But right now, as we're looking at these roads and only going on blind faith, it makes it hard for us to approve plans like this without having these assurances from both the city that Jackson Creek is going to be finished down to where it is and that, Triview is going to do something about this traffic.
Definitely, we can both do that as a presentation together for you if you need that.
One of the other parts, this is Commissioner Trujillo. I'm looking at the site plans 3 through 6, Higbee Road. When we were looking at Promontory Point up to the north, Sanctuary Point, a couple of iterations previously, looking at the construction traffic going in there, that may be something that was not addressed. We're talking about general traffic. I'm making the assumption through the traffic surveys. Once 300 and, what was the number here? 378 projects go up into an area. Obviously, I'm assuming there's going to be multitude of construction vehicles that are coming in from multiple directions, Higbee, Promontory Point, Glen Eagle Drive, Leather Chaps. We're looking at 2 thoroughways coming from Higbee Road, 105, and obviously Baptist. Are those in consideration within the traffic plan for staff that we were addressing as we plan for this? And I know it's not in relation to this. I'm just trying to get a grasp of that overall plan and how it is actually adjusted to look at it from a study end.
So you're talking about the traffic just for construction vehicles?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's going to be, the traffic for construction vehicles will be less traffic than when the homes are completely built. So there's no need to do a study for traffic for construction vehicles during that time, because homes will slowly be building. 370 homes are not going to be built at one time.
Sure.
So that the construction vehicles will have less traffic on the road than the residents that come in and out on a daily basis in the future.
So the traffic study is long-term in relation
Yes,
to just
yes.
how many volume participants or vehicles will
Yep,
be on the
it's long-term for this project, and it includes projects from surrounding areas in the traffic study. It doesn't ever include construction trucks or anything like that, but
Okay.
the construction of.
I'd like to add to that, we do work with TriView and the developers to ensure that there are some calming and efforts on that. We've been known to have specific patrols in that area to be able to enforce some of the ordinances that are out there that are relative to construction vehicles.
Thank you.
Just a few more for the applicant. In terms of, we know there's a high school, we know that Bowstring will serve as, I don't know, probably a connector for sure for those high schoolers. Any consideration for bike lane or otherwise for alternative instead of car traffic to connect what is a lot of homes to the high school? Like along Bowstring, so
No,
to
I
speak.
understand the question. So, Bowstring Road is classified as a minor. So that cross section is basically defined for the town's roadway design and criteria manual. TriView basically replicates that. So those cross sections do not have designated bike lanes within them. Throughout Jackson Creek, you don't see that. So the answer to the question is we followed the standard cross-section criteria submittals on the site plan with regard to road design.
And without having the map in front of me, the Bowstring that I know right now, will that width of road be consistent through to Higbee?
Correct. Again, as a minor collector, it's a 60-foot right of way.
And in terms of homes on it, there won't be homes or driveways.
Correct.
You
cannot front onto that minor collector. Correct.
And in terms of the communities, is it going to be, are these 378 going to be governed by covenants or other?
There will definitely be an HOA or HOAs in place. To date, we have not taken any measures in terms of putting covenants in place, but consistent with, for example, Jackson Creek North Filing 1 and 2, there will be covenants put in place.
And is it the thought that it would remain the look and feel, or at least consistent with the other communities such as Remington Hill and then the Filings?
Yeah, that's what we anticipate.
That's all I got. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Gentlemen, okay. I think it was a good discussion. Anything else from staff? I don't expect anything, but anything? Okay. So let's go ahead and close this portion and move for a vote on Jackson Creek North Filings 3 through 6 final plats. Anyone?
I, Commissioner White, move that the Planning Commission recommend approval of Jackson Creek North Filing 3 through 6 final plats based on the staff report findings that the proposed development complies with all standards and criteria for approval.
Second.
We'll do this motion clarification. That the motion before us is that the Planning Commission recommend approval of Jackson Creek North Filings 3 through 6 final plats based on the staff report findings that the proposed development complies with all standards and criteria for approval. Any other discussion on this particular motion? Any amendments or anything? Okay. All right. We'll go to staff. Thank you.
Commissioner Martin Trujillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Bill Lewis,
Yes.
Commissioner Danny Orrs, Commissioner Eric Light,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Sean White,
Yes.
and Chairman Chris Wilhelmi.
Yes.
It has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you to the applicant for your participation. All right, and our final item, at least in the public hearings and recommendations, we have the Land Development Code rewrite. Turn to staff.
Yes. Martin Landers is online, who's from Plan Tools, who's been working on this project from day one. And Jerry Dahl's here tonight, the attorney that has been working on the project. And Martin will be presenting, and so will be Jerry, and they'll be here to answer any questions or concerns as well as staff.
Debbie, would you like me to go ahead and start?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Are you
well,
able to share your screen?
I am.
Okay.
And I can do that right now, actually, just to get that going. Let me get that up here. Let's see, actually, the right version here. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can, yes.
And the screen is being shared, is that correct?
No.
You've had it shared and now it's not.
Okay. Thought I'd ask, I know I ran into the same issue last time, so just give me a second and I will get that corrected. While I was doing that, I didn't be here. Thought I better come show up and prove snafus. Participate by my tiny little cell phone screen last time. So I said,
Thanks for being here.
okay, I think you're seeing the screen now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, good evening, Chair, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Martin Landers. I serve as the project manager for the Monument Land Development Code project. And as you just heard from Jerry Dahl, he's with MDBR. He's attending here in person, of course. And then Jody Flory with Cornerstone Geospatial Consulting is also on the call. I couldn't quite hear what Jerry said, but he may have introduced himself already, but he's a land use attorney that provides legal support for the code update and the transition to the new zoning districts. And then Jody is a GIS specialist working on the preparation of the new zoning map. I'll begin with an overview of the project, why there is a need to update the town's development regulations, and how the proposed land development code and the zoning map update address a number of key objectives. for primarily ensuring quality development consistent with the town's comprehensive plan. And at the conclusion of our presentation, we'll have suggestions for certain code modifications based on comments that we've received from Commissioner Ars, feedback from participants that attended a public open house event held yesterday, and additional staff and planning commission input. So first, let me provide some background here. The town zoning code was originally adopted in 1997 with piecemeal updates since that time. The town zoning map was last updated in 2011. So it's been a good 10 years since the zoning map was last updated, which, to be honest with you, is quite unusual to have a zoning map go that long without being updated as rezonings occur. The subdivision regulations are much more recent, though. They were done in 2016. Then along came the comprehensive plan, the new comprehensive plan that was done in 2017. And that really provided the vision and the call to action for updating the town zoning, the subdivision codes, and the zoning map. So as you can see here, the very first implementation action in the town's comprehensive plan is to update the town's zoning ordinance and sections of the subdivision ordinance. And so that was really our charge as we started this project back in September of 2019. Our timeline for completing the project tracks with the Department of Local Affairs grant requirement to complete the project by June of this year. As you can see here, there are 4 project phases. The code diagnosis phase, which was completed back in early 2020. The code update phase, which we've been involved in since for the bulk of 2020 and even getting into 2021 with some revisions to the draft document. The map update stage, which we really got going with at the beginning of this year. And now we're in the code map adoption phase of the project. There was an advisory committee comprised of 2 town board members, 2 planning commissioners, representatives from HBA and town staff that reviewed each code chapter as it was completed. And then those chapters were updated based on committee feedback, consolidated and further refined into what is now the April 2021 draft that you have before you tonight. Since January, we've also been concurrently working on preparing a new GIS-based zoning map with our most current version addressing refinements based on some research we've been doing on the status of existing planned developments in Regency Park. I think we're on our 14th version of that map at this point in time, just tweaking it as we go along. But you'll see, especially with some information that Jody will provide here in a few minutes, how that map has, we've developed into an interactive zoning map, and we've been able to use a lot of information from a variety of sources to prepare something that will be valuable for the town in terms of its ability to update that map on a regular basis, much easier than the current zoning map. So as you can see, we're on schedule. We're in the code and map adoption phase. Last week, we held a joint work session with the town board and talked about the project, provided more of an overview. We'll get into a little bit more detail tonight, of course. And then yesterday, the town hosted a public open house event, which showcased the project, key changes between the current and new zoning districts, the preparation of the zoning map. And then we had that interactive zoning map I mentioned. We had that available for individuals to access it, to be able to look up their current and proposed zoning on their property. So that's another way that particular tool can be used. So this is our scope of work, really boiled down into bullet points here. And that is to diagnose the town's existing land use regulation, and identify what works, what doesn't work, what's missing, and then to consolidate, update, and create a user-friendly, legally sound set of land use regulations, which is what is before you tonight, along with that update of the town's official zoning map to reflect any new or renamed zoning districts. And we'll get into that in a little bit more detail here. as well as provide targeted opportunities for public input and development community engagement, such as what occurred yesterday. The code diagnosis stage of the project, which was really, as I mentioned, at that front end of the project, included a detailed review of the existing zoning and subdivision regulations, interviews with representatives of the development community, business owners, and other key stakeholders, as well as a public workshop to identify preferences on addressing a variety of different issues that came up. It served as a basis for the preparation of our annotated outline for the new land development code. And so, as you can see here, we have a number of key takeaways from that code diagnosis, the majority of which we'll address during our presentation tonight. Everything from the very confusing code structure that is within the current zoning regulations in particular, the development review process and procedures there, submittal requirements that were both in the code as well as a separate set of submittal requirements that often conflicted, an over-reliance on plan development, zoning, and complications in administering the prior PD zones, which were brought into the code. So it was very confusing to work with both, as well as the need to clarify the status of Regency Park. There were a number of duplications of definitions and development standards, a lack of defined uses, outdated standards, some of which, like school land dedication, we'll talk about tonight, as well as the need for additional use standards, such as group homes, which is another item we'll talk about tonight, and content-based sign regulations, which we've completely overhauled the sign code. We'll talk more about that, and Jerry will in particular talk about the legal aspect associated with the need to do that, update the sign regulations. One of the concerns that was consistently raised about the current zoning and subdivision regulations is with its overall functionality and the need to eliminate these conflicting and inconsistent provisions, to organize the requirements into appropriate sections, and really just to enhance its usability. So at the outset of the project, we agreed the best approach to doing that, to improving the functionality of the town's development regulations, was to prepare what's known as a unified development code, bringing together the variety of different zoning, subdivision, sign regulations, and other regulations that are associated with land development into one document. This, what you see before you, is the table of contents for the Unified Development Code. This will repeal and replace Title 16, which is zoning, and Title 17, subdivision of the town's municipal code. So it's all been formatted into a new Chapter 18, new Title 18 of the town's municipal code. It's structured to include 6 chapters and 3 appendices, as you can see here. Chapter 1, general provisions, 2, subdivision, 3, zoning, 4, supplemental use standards, 5, development standards, 6, the sign regulations, and then finally, Chapter 7, the definitions in a glossary style format. We also have 3 appendices. All of the development review applications and checklists are under Appendix 1. And then we have 2 model agreements, the Public Improvements Agreement under Appendix 2, and under Appendix 3, the Small Cell Facility Master License Agreement. So that's the basic structure for this. And with that, I think I'll turn it over to Jerry to talk a little bit about one of the other project objectives that we had in terms of improving the processes through this streamlined format that we created.
Thanks, Martin. Can you hear me all right, Martin?
I can, yes, thank you.
You can, good. There was a question earlier, a text came in earlier. People on WebEx were having a little trouble hearing, so I'll stay close to the mic. Well, I'm glad to be here in person again. This slide here has really two elements in it. The first, as you see, is let's talk about how we can streamline the approval processes. The second sentence talks about the forms. And so I'm going to have actual graphics to go through to tell you what we're doing on both of those topics. And Martin, if you can go to the next slide, there we go. You will see, as Martin mentioned, there's seven chapters. The seventh chapter is definitions. Pardon me. But each chapter is kind of organized functionally. And the first one is the general provisions that has a real key subsection in it, or article, which is the administration and procedures. And you'll notice that we've highlighted one of those. I want to get to it in a minute, but I do want to tell you, you'll see each of the indexes for each of the 7 chapters as we walk through our material, and then we'll pull up an example of one of the sections of the articles within those chapters, so that when we're done, you'll have kind of a good horseback sense of this whole new code that's now just one title instead of 2 different books. And so for the first part of this, we want to pull up the general provisions. So you see we've organized kind of the process stuff here. General things, your authority, the review process that I'm going to dive into in a minute, vested property rights, fees, board of adjustment. These are all kind of general things that you've got to have in your land use code. We'll get to uses and subdivision, et cetera, later, but you have to have a framework for how you administer it and which things get what kind of hearings. And so that's what I'm going to talk about. You'll notice that section 1801-220 is highlighted on the review process. So Martin, if you turn to the next slide, this, and you probably see it maybe a little easier on the screens in front of you, but this is the review procedures chart. You might remember me saying 2 weeks ago that it's my favorite chart. And it's sad that I've got a favorite chart, but that's the work I do. And you got to get excited about something in this life. That's what I'm excited about. So what this does is it takes all of the various approvals that you can get here, that you can ask for here in this community, and it lists them down the left side. And as you go across, you can see all the stops that your application needs to make, depending upon what kind of an application it is. Enormously helpful, not only for the development community, but for you, because you can see where you are in the process right away, and you can see what's required of you in terms of steps. That's huge for the development community. If I've heard it once in my long career in this, I've heard it a million times, which is just tell me what I've got to do and show me ahead of time so that there are no surprises, so that I know what's next, and justify why I've got to be coming down to town hall so many times on something simple. So what we do with this chart is we take your existing processes and we list them in this way. And you notice across the top, you start at pre-application, completeness review is CR. That would be the staff determining the application's complete. Referral to outside agencies if necessary. For subdivision, it always is the case. And then the approvals. AD is administrative approval only. PC is you, Board of Trustees, BOT, Board of Adjustment. You'll notice there's only 1 or 2 listings for BOA, and then some code sections. So what this does is tells you at a glance if you are, for example, preliminary PUD, about halfway down. What's our track for that? Well, we come in for a pre-app. We get completeness reviews so that we don't go further and then realize we're missing something. There's referral to outside agencies, because on a PUD, you're going to be looking at water and sewer, the various agencies that it has to get referred to for utilities, et cetera. And there's 2 hearings. There's a hearing, then H is hearing, X is a meeting. So it's a hearing in front of you, the Planning Commission, hearing in front of the Board of Trustees. Frankly, that's kind of the full boat. There aren't any little boxes not checked, are there, except for AD, administrative, because PUD, preliminary plan, isn't an administrative approval. It's a Planning Commission recommendation and a board approval. So now you see how the chart is organized for that example. Yeah.
Real quick, there's an M in there for rezoning Planning Commission. What does the M mean?
Yeah, same question.
It's a typo.
It must be, because there shouldn't be any M's.
Oh, I thought it was going to be like mandatory or something with some oomph.
Thanks for finding that. All right.
I was going to ask the same thing during the Board of Trustees one, and I was like, nah, that was taking too long as it is.
I'd love to say, oh, I see that M. Look at that. Look at that. It's a meeting, I think. So I think that's an.
It is. It's supposed to be an X.
Supposed to be an X. You
Yeah,
know, we
and I
put
think
these
we
in
I think
here.
we might have caught that in the most recent version. I just didn't update this chart. My apologies, but somebody to us earlier. Yeah.
Martin puts these in here to make sure people are reading, and they are, Martin. They are so on it in this room, Martin. So there it is. Let me give you some other examples though. Look at site plan. That's pretty simple. That stops at staff. You'll notice the approval is administrative. Same thing is true for sign permit, master sign permit. And these are of course policy decisions that are made, but it is a policy decision that these kinds of things really don't merit going all the way through the full boat like a major subdivision does, like a PUD preliminary plan does. So that's kind of how you read this chart. It also lets us evaluate whether there's too many steps. And certainly it's a policy call for you and ultimately for the Board of Trustees to say, do we really need 2 hearings on site-specific rezoning? I think you probably do, frankly. That's really important to people. You're changing what can be done on a piece of property. And this commission ought to have not only a meeting, but a hearing so the public can show up for that. And the same public and more are different. They're going to show up in front of the Board of Trustees. And if I want my property rezoned, that's a process I ought to be required to go through. There are some that don't require as much. A minor PUD amendment. Let's look at that. You've got a meeting, or you've got administratively a meeting, and then there can be an appeal to the Board of Trustees on that approval because it's a minor PUD amendment. You know, not everything should get the full vote, should it? Because we have, you know, developers have limited resources, and we want to put the efforts of these groups where they have the most impact and where they're the most important. See if I have anything more to say about this, about these checklists. These are all, as I see, all the kinds of reviews that there are. And they're keyed, of course, you look over on the right-hand side, the notes code section, to the code sections that elaborate on rezoning, that elaborate on PUD, for example. And of course, there's a lot of material on that. Right now, you just have prose in the code that says, okay, if you're a major PUD, here's where you go first, shovel. And so we eliminated all that and put it into a chart. Now, when you go in for a PUD, there's still things you have to do, but at least being told that these are the steps can be accomplished in one page. So as long as you get all the X's and M's right. So there's that. Now, I said there were going to be 2 things on that that objectives slide that I want to address, and this was the first one. The second one, Martin, if you can go to and look at that, you did already, is the forms. That's important too. Americans like forms, and for a very good reason. It really boils down what you've got to do, and you fill it out and you hand it in, rather than you trying to figure out through the whole code book what things you've got to file with the community and what your checklist for your application is. So this is the list of checklists. It's the list of lists that we have developed. You already had some of them. We tuned them up. We added others. But any kind of approval you want, there'll be a checklist for it. And let's look at an example for preliminary plat. Martin, go ahead and jump the gun and got there ahead of me. Here's an example of that. You can probably read it better on your screens. It looks lengthy, but when you think about it, we need this stuff for preliminary plat. Now for site plan, it's going to be a shorter list, honestly, but you'll notice the first 5 or 6 things, you're likely going to see that on every checklist. Let's see the application form, your fee for whatever it is, show us that you own the property, show a letter of interest from, or a project narrative, show that you're the appropriate representative of the property. Now, the rest of them are specific, aren't they, to PUD? You're not going to see the rest of these on a rezoning. You're going to see some others. So some might be similar, but not many. You're not going to really see an improvement survey. Probably not a slope graph, a slope analysis, because what you're doing on rezoning, you know, isn't designing a project. It's deciding if it ought to move from this zone district over to this one. And so the submission requirements are going to be specific to the kind of application. But the checklist will tell me as an applicant and the staff, okay, this is what they've got to have in the door. And that's what they're going to be looking at when they do the completeness review that we saw on that prior chart. They're going to make sure that all the boxes are checked. If they're all checked, Dynamite are ready to get your first hearing scheduled. So let's see here. I think that covers that slide, Martin. If you can go to the next one, which is also my slide, right? Yes. Here we go. We wanted to make recommendations on land dedication and fees in lieu, the formulas, et cetera. This is something that comes up in litigation around the country all the time, where you have a project that is required to dedicate X amount of land or X money in lieu, and the claim of the developer, the applicant, is that's a taking. You're asking for too much in return. It's out of proportion to the impact of the project I'm bringing to you. You just had a project just now where, to your credit, you really were focusing on impact in a number of ways, one of which, as you well know, was, traffic, and show us that you've got the infrastructure for that. We tuned through the subdivision regulations. Martin, if you go to the next slide, and here's the subdivision. Let's see. Next slide, Martin. Thank you. Here's the subdivision regulations. They used to be their own title. Now they're a chapter within the single title. And they set up, not surprisingly, some general applicability, some administrative procedures. Once you look on the review process chart that you're doing major subdivision, you'll look at section 1802-220 to learn more about what is involved in that review. But you already knew from the chart how many stops you've got to do for your subdivision. And we have a whole article on dedications and an article on improvements. Dedications, of course, is what is dedicated to you: land, parkways, trails, and dedications to the school. And we went through the requirements that you presently have as against a really well-developed body of case law out there, the Nolan-Dolan standards. Not to bore you too much with case law, but those are the famous cases that say if you're going to ask for a land dedication as a condition of development approval, that dedication has to be reasonably related to the impact of your project, and it has to be proportional, roughly proportional to the impact of your project. And so we went through your dedication sessions and tuned them up to ensure that they say exactly that. And one point I want to make about this article is that we specifically provided, very often you'll have a dedication requirement or a schedule, this much park for these many people. I think for the schedule we have now for parkland dedication, if I've got it right here in front of me, is per 5 acres per 1,000 population. Pretty good standard, fairly modern one. But as a developer, I'm saying, I don't think that's right for whatever reason. We built into code the ability for the developer to say, I want to do my own study and prove to you that it's 1 acre per 10,000 for my project. Maybe it's more senior homes, whatever it is. We allow for that in the regulations. And I think that's a really good tool because it allows the development community to say, if we don't agree with what is here, instead of complaining about it or suing you over it, we'll do our own study and show that to you. And there are criteria for that study, so it isn't just some study from somebody that doesn't have the skills. But we have found that that's a really good tool to, frankly, ensure the conversation ends up being in agreement. We're not trying to pick a fight with dedication standards. That's not what we're about, and giving the development community the opportunity to say, well, we think we can do better or different than your rules. Let us show you. Who would not want to allow that? And so the regulations actually specifically now provide for that. Martin, I think I have gotten to the next slide, which I believe is assigned to you.
Yes, thank you, Jerry.
Okay, yep.
Well, Jerry mentioned the benefit of using charts to diagnose the review procedures. The same is true for evaluating permitted and conditional uses within each zone district. Whether there's consistency between similar uses or if certain uses are missing or need to be updated. So with that, let me show you what we've got in terms of the table of contents for chapters rezoning. And just like as Jerry mentioned with the previous chapters, this is set up with 4 different articles. The first article has to do with the administration of the zoning regulations. The second article are the zone districts, and it gets into the 10 different standard zone districts that we've got, along with the one overlay zone district for Regency Park. We then have an article on all the district uses and information regarding those uses, including the schedule of standard zoning districts, which gets that objective I just mentioned. And then finally, Article 4 deals with planned unit developments. So when we look at the chart itself, this is an excerpt of 1 page out of 7 pages of use charts that categorize uses into commercial, industrial, institutional, recreational, residential, utilities, and other uses categories. Along the top, the zoning districts are all listed. In this case, you've got the 10 standard zoning district. We have another set of charts just for the Regency Park zoning districts themselves. Each use is listed along the left-hand column with its use type, whether it's permitted with a P, conditional C, accessory A, or T temporary, identified in the boxes for each zoning district. So as you can see, it would be very simple to update these charts over time by adding a new row for a new use, identifying where that use should be allowed either by right or with conditions, or alternatively, deleting a use or changing this use type as may be warranted over time. Times change. You know, there may not be a need for video stores and haberdasheries anymore. We used to see those in zoning codes 10, 15, 20 years ago. Now we need to show things like distilleries and microbreweries and other types of uses like that have emerged in the last 10 years that we start to see applications for. So with that, I think we're back to Jerry to talk a little bit more about the supplemental use standards, which really are a kind of an additional chapter, which focuses on specific uses and the standards for those uses that really need additional standards associated with them. So Jerry?
Okay, thanks, Martin. Yeah, these don't fit neatly into sort of use categories, particularly. While they are listed in the use chart and there's the zone districts they can be in, they have regulations associated with them that are kind of unique to those animals. And by animals, I'm talking about, in this particular case, we've got bed and breakfast inns, group homes, marijuana, wireless telecom. And you're probably very familiar with the emerging and continually evolving rules of the game on wireless telecom, and we're keeping up with it. And this code does. Most cities have embraced that and figured out how to deal with it, how to deal with small cells. And you've got an actual exhibit form that's one of the appendices. If I want to come in and get a permit for 10 small cells, a master permit, I can do that. And that's really important for that industry. I guarantee you in that arena, we will see in 5 years, as Martin was saying, really a new kind of facility, a new kind of technology that requires a new kind of land use response from a permitting standpoint. In addition, the FCC will continue to do what it has been doing for the last 10 years, which is to preempt local control over that industry and to reduce the amount of latitude and kind of the arena within which local governments can apply land use regulations to telecom. They still can, but you know, it's a feature of the federal law, and you just at some point have to live with it. One other feature of the federal law I want to call out here, though, is group homes. Now, of course, this is Chapter 4, Supplemental Use Standards, and as before, we pulled up a specific section. And there's not a chart involved in this, but let me tell you this. The federal law guarantees or requires that local governments provide a reasonable family residential type experience for handicapped and disabled individuals. And that's the Fair Housing Act Amendments 1988, the Rehabilitation Act, and the ADA. And they all say mostly the same thing. It's the FHAA, the Fair Housing Act Amendments, that is the most articulate and is the one that most local governments deal with. And effectively, that means that you've got to provide an opportunity for handicapped or disabled individuals to live in a group home setting at some level. There certainly can be upper limits on that, but at some level, there needs to be the ability for handicapped disabled individuals to live in a residential setting in a residential neighborhood. And so we have developed regulations that are very consistent across the country and are consistent with our view of the case law, which unfortunately isn't federal. You've got these federal statutes, but the case law isn't uniform across the country. You have a lot of federal district court decisions and some circuit court decisions, no Supreme Court decisions. So there is no Nolan-Dolan standard, unfortunately, for group homes. But we can divine what the main things are. And those are that you allow for the opportunity to live in a group home setting at some number. And the number we are recommending and is in the regulations is 8 persons that are handicapped or disabled, plus the necessary persons involved in their care. Other jurisdictions have gone less and more, but the reason 8 is particularly useful is because there is a 8-person designation for homes for the mentally ill and developmentally disabled that's memorialized in the state statutes. And there's a state statute that says to counties and to cities, we, the state legislature, are telling you that a residential use is 8 persons with mental illness, 8 persons that are developmentally disabled. And so that's a real signal that that's a safe harbor. And that is why the recommendation that we have made here. Above that number, then it's a special use permit, like any other special use permit, although there's some different review criteria for it, but it still is a hearing process. And I absolutely recognize that there can be, and there is, resistance to group homes in neighborhoods, and that's just the truth. And we all struggle with it. All the cities that I represent, either a special counsel or the city attorney, struggle with that very issue. But the regulations that we put together for you are very defensible in at the level that they have been designed. And so I can tell you that. Martin, am I on for the next slide, or are you back to zoning standards?
I'm back, Jerry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
This next project objective really gets to a number of items throughout all of the various chapters of the code. It's to simplify and improve the overall functionality of the zoning standards, as well as to come up with graphics that help clarify certain requirements and then organize requirements in appropriate sections. And so to give you a couple of examples of how this works, going back to Chapter 3, we have set up charts, once again, in Chapter 3 to identify what all the standards are for each particular zoning district. This is a chart from Chapter 3, organizing the district zoning standards for the RA district, residential attached, which was formerly the multifamily district. And so the functionality of this district, we believe, has really been enhanced by adding standards for the various forms of development, for housing types, even non-residential uses that could be permitted within this particular district. We then cross-reference the additional development standards that apply to this zoning district, as well as all the zoning districts. So you'll see this language in each particular residential district or commercial district or industrial, whatever the case might be. We've got the same kind of setup. You've got a chart with the various district standards, identifying what those are. And then we've got A, B, C, A talking about accessory structures, where you can find that information. B, talking about the various development standards for the residential attached zone district, dealing with parking, landscaping, lighting, site design. And those are all in Chapter 5. And then C, which isn't shown on this particular page, that cross-references the sign regulations in Chapter 6. So taking a look at Chapter 5 then, the development standards for this particular one, we've organized those into 5 different categories. In this case, we've got the site design standards, parking standards, lighting standards, landscape standards, and then downtown design standards. So all of the development standards for all the zoning districts are located in one particular chapter of the plan for ease of access, for the ability to identify what particular standards are going to be required for those zoning districts. So to use another example of improving the functionality of the development standards, open space standards for site design are now specified for every zoning district. In the previous code, they were only under the Regency Park districts. There were no open space standards that applied to, say, the old C1 commercial district or the old R1 or R2 residential districts. Now we have it set up so that all of these standards apply to all the zoning districts. We've also eliminated duplication between different standards. For example, in the current code, there are a set of parking standards for both the Regency Park district as well as a set of parking standards for the remaining districts. We now have consolidated those into one set of parking standards. The lighting standards we've just brought over from your current code, we think those are very good standards. They're dark sky compliant lighting standards. The landscape standards we've tweaked. We've had some discussions with your folks that administer the landscape manual, and I've made a few adjustments here per their suggestions, as well as with the downtown design standards. Again, bringing those over, making a few tweaks here and there where it's been recommended by staff and others as we've gone through the process. This brings us to the sign regulations, which I think Jerry's going to start off by talking about the Reed versus Gilbert Supreme Court decision, which really guided our preparation for this particular chapter.
Thanks, Martin. Traditionally, land use codes had in their sign code section regulations for signs by basically their content. A real estate sign, political sign, construction sign, sign advertising a business, but the it talked about basically what was on the sign, and that was fine, and that was fine for decades. And every county and city in the country had a set of regulations that called out real estate signs and political signs and said how long political signs could be up before and after the election. Remember that? That doesn't exist anymore, but I, remember it in my own memory within the last 20 years, for example. Well, that all changed in 2015 in a case in Gilbert, Arizona, which is a suburb of Phoenix. And it happened to involve a church that was putting out signs in the rights of way, advertising services. It was kind of an itinerant church, and they would have service in different locations each Sunday. And so they'd have to put out signs to say where the service was this Sunday, and that was Pastor Reed. So therefore, Reed versus Gilbert. But among other things, the church challenged the fact that the city was regulating signs on the religious signs or signs advertising religious services on the basis of the content and the speech that was in the sign. And the Supreme Court said, in a unanimous opinion, which is rare for the Supreme Court said, if you basically, to boil it down, if you have to read what the sign says to know how to regulate it, then you are regulating speech. And that's a First Amendment problem, which came as a giant shock, I'll tell you, to all local government officials who were not intending to regulate what you say. It wasn't like telling people you can or can't have this kind of speech or cutting people off here at the mic when it wasn't that. But nevertheless, unanimous Supreme Court decision, kind of hard to ignore that. So everyone's been working on changing their regulations since that time. And at first we thought this is going to be really hard. We have relied on these categories of sign forever. How are we going to do this? And this actually happened halfway through a project. Martin and I were writing someone else's sign code, another city's sign code here in Colorado. Halfway through writing the sign code, the decision came down. So we had to kind of reorient our whole project. And we came up with a solution which is content neutral. And you remember in First Amendment land, Your regulations have to be content neutral unless there's a compelling governmental reason. Like you can't yell fire in a crowded theater is the classic example. You're regulating speech, but there's a compelling governmental reason for not creating a stampede that would imperil life. You might say, well, isn't reducing clutter and the confusion of drivers who will then run off the road and hit somebody, isn't that good enough? And it was actually, that argument was made to the Supreme Court, and it was not good enough for them. And they said, no, that's not a compelling governmental interest. So there just isn't one around the sign code. So you're on the edges of your seats to learn what was our solution. And some of you are, and that's fine. I wouldn't be probably at this hour, and I'm glad you are. And we came up with with content neutral ways to look at this. Site sign, canopy sign, wall sign, roof sign, banner sign. Notice none of those, you do not have to read those signs, do you, to know that they're a banner sign or a wave sign or a wall sign or a roof sign. It's content neutral. You're just looking at the size and shape of the thing. And as it turns out, that is a technique that really does work. And I will turn over to Martin to show you a graphic that's right on the screen for how that's done. And we're doing this in all the cities we're working on. It's an approach that's being taken around the country. It really is one that solves the Reed versus Gilbert problem. And in a way, I think has the potential to improve your sign code along the way. So it's turned out to be more of a benefit than a problem. Martin, you're on.
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, as Jerry's mentioned, we've really found a way to make it very easy, I guess, to understand sign codes when we talk about, the content neutrality, and we move toward talking about the type of sign, such as an awning sign or a canopy sign in this particular example. But it becomes much easier when you use tables and graphics to describe those sign types. And that's what we've done in this code. This is one page out of 10 pages of district standards for various sign types. And they all are set up like this with, on the left-hand column, you've got the sign type identified. You've got the measurements that are associated with sign width, sign height, minimum clearance. In this case, we have awning length, maximum right-of-way projection. And those are then related under the maximum sign number and the maximum signage and the other categories there. So again, this is just a way that we use to make the code easier to understand, more navigable, as well as to address some of the issues that Jerry was raising regarding the content neutrality. The sign regulations are the ones that lend themselves probably the best to using graphics, more so than any other chapter of the code. We're certainly using graphics other places where it makes sense, in particular with the definition section, but the sign regulations is just an area where graphics and charts really help to organize and clarify what these various sign types look like and how they're applied. I mentioned the definitions, and one of the objectives with the project was to review and update the definitions to ensure that all necessary terms used throughout the Land Development Code are defined, and in particular to assemble them into a glossary style definition section. The current code has a number of different definitions sections contained within the chapter or the title that's associated with zoning. And so we've cleaned all that up for both zoning and subdivision and sign regulations and all the various regulations by putting them all into final chapter of the code, listing them alphabetically, and then setting them up so that they're fairly easy to search and identify. And as I mentioned before, we found certain applications of the definitions that also lend themselves to using graphics, such as in this case with the accessory building or structure definition. That brings us to the zoning map. We wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about that. So it concludes our initial presentation on the Land Development Code. And certainly we want to talk more about any specific areas or questions or comments that you might have on that. Again, we're going to have some suggestions with some particular modifications associated with the land development code between what would be the current draft, which is April, and the draft that you recommend tonight, which would become the May draft of the land development code. But before we do that, we want to talk a little bit about the town's official zoning map. Because a key step in the implementation of the entire land development code, of course, is the update of the town's zoning map, which, as I mentioned earlier, it was last updated in 2011. And so we've done a number of things to improve the official zoning map, to improve its legibility. We talk about employing a traditional zoning classification color scheme, correcting any known errors. Well, we've been actively doing that since January, and in particular, when I say we, I'm really referring to one of the key members of our team, Jody Flory, who has created a GIS-based interactive zoning map. And so, in a moment, I'll have her show you what she has done with that. First of all, I wanted just to show you what the current zoning map looked like. Again, this was last updated in 2011. So we've reviewed the annexation, the plan development, the rezoning ordinances that have been adopted since 2011 to confirm the rezonings that have occurred, and then any boundary changes as well that have occurred since that point in time. Ordinances prior to 2011 were also reviewed as needed where zoning questions arose. And as this new map was being prepared, we found a number of errors and issues that need to be addressed as we began the process of preparing that new zoning map, several of which we're just in the final stages of working through. As I mentioned earlier, we're on version 14, and it's primarily just tweaking the table that we created for the new map. And before I have Jerry jump into talking about the transition associated with this, I'd like to ask Jody to pull up the interactive zoning map and provide the commission with a brief tutorial on how that's been prepared and how that's an important tool for the town and its future use of the zoning ordinance as well as the zoning map itself. So I will turn it over to Jody.
Thank you, Martin. I don't seem to have a share screen option available to me.
Drew Anderson is working on it. Oh, there you go. Your video's on.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Give me 1 second here. All right. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So this is an interactive web map. It provides functionality to interact with the map and explore more in depth both properties and zoning within the town of Monument. This data was developed using El Paso County GIS data and also links to their assessor's website for more detailed information on properties. The boundary information shown is also originated from El Paso County. There has been some additions and corrections made in this layer that needs to be conveyed back to the county. This is the current status of where we're at with zoning. There has been some areas that we're reviewing more closely in Regency Park related to planned developments that are not currently shown in this map. So it's a little behind, but it does match the PDF version that Martin's showing you. So I did not make any updates yet to this, but just to orient yourself a little bit, this will open with a splash screen. It's called, it's just a little window that kind of explains what the app is. And it will in the future contain some information on the zoning classes and a legend to help people understand the colors and the maps before they actually even interact with it. So this is kind of the area where you interact and find the tools to work with the map. There's the zoom in and out function. Much of the navigation should be very familiar to anyone who's ever used web maps, like such as Google Maps and whatnot. So just kind of scrolling in and out and clicking on the map will provide more information. There is a pop-up that will appear when you click on the map. It will show the proposed zoning class up top, and then what the old zoning class was. And then also has a link to assessor information so that someone can confirm that this is the property that they're interested in learning about. There is also some basic parcel information, address, owner information and whatnot, and also the assessor land use code, which was an important part of determining, the proposed zoning districts. Other tools in this are a search by address. So if a citizen or anyone else in the town would be interested in searching for a specific address, they can just begin typing, and matching candidates should begin to come up. You can enter in a PIN number, an address, an owner name, and there's other search capabilities that we can build into this tool. There is a legend that you can open and get more information about the symbols in the map. There is a layer list, which allows you to toggle on and off the layers in the map. And there is a base map selector so that you can try different base maps to orient yourself better to the area. I have it by default set with imagery, just so you can see rooftops and orient yourself that way, but you can switch to like a street map and be able to see road names and other features in the map. There's also a share function that allows you to share it. These can be disabled if we didn't want to use this, but if you wanted to email the map to somebody, you can use these tools here to do that. There's also a print function. If you wanted to zoom in and specifically print an area, you can add a title and just a basic print out in a PDF format or just an image format that you can download. And that is the gist of the tools. Yeah, I don't know. Is there any other questions about the map?
No, Jody, I really appreciate you taking a moment to provide kind of an overview on the interactive zoning map. Of course, there's a static zoning map that we've created as a PDF version, and that's the version that we want to show you when I can start sharing my screen once again. Okay, so I'm assuming everybody can see my screen? Yep, this is the static version of the map that Jody mentioned. You'll see that it also has a table along the bottom, which although you can't read that at this level of detail, that lists all the various planned developments in the town and identifies their ordinance, when they were adopted, and ties them in a key back to a number on the map. So there'd be a PUD 1, 2, 3, all the way down the list. This is a very good way to kind of keep the map updated and continue to update the map over time as additional planned unit developments now would be approved. So I wanted to show this before Jerry now starts talking about how we got from the current zoning map to this particular zoning map. So with that, I'll move back to this slide and turn it back over to Jerry.
Thanks, Martin. Well, now you've seen both maps. And so what you have on this screen is the new names on the new map on the left and what zone district names on the map, on the old map, that the new ones replace. So you see that there's it's mostly renaming, frankly. There's a little bit of rezoning. I want to talk about that in a minute. But this lists all the old districts you have over on the right and the new ones on the left. There are a few new ones that don't exist at all that are now in the map, the large lot residential, business park, and public, which is new. Martin, go ahead and put the new zoning map up, and I can talk just briefly about legislative rezoning, because that will be the process by which we get from the old map to the new map. As the commission well knows, you do quasi-judicial rezoning all the time. Somebody comes in with a parcel of property and they want to zone it from this to this, and then they want to develop it. It's quasi-judicial rezoning, parcel specific. You do notice and hearing, you do notice to adjacent property owners. You're not allowed to engage in ex parte contacts because your town attorney gets on you for that. So you act like judges, and that's quasi-judicial specific parcel rezoning. What we're doing here is legislative rezoning because it's a large area and it's legislative. It's not taking up one case. It's doing legislation, just like revising the land use code is legislation. And so even though you go, well, a map can't be the same as the code, it is in this respect. The means by which a whole new map is adopted is legislative, not quasi-judicial. Nevertheless, we have gone through a process to get to this new map from the old map, and we called it the zoning transition program or plan. And this was something we did administratively by looking at the old districts and making certain that they made sense as the newly named districts. In most cases, this was renaming districts, not rezoning. But you've got the power to do both legislatively, and that's what's happening here. There were just a few situations where there was rezoning, mostly on public property owned by the town that now goes in that new public land zone district. And I think there were one or two very small individual properties that got rezoned to match up with what their use is, frankly. And that's good really for property owners, but this is a large area rezoning. Let's see, what other points do I want to make about that? You will see in a resolution that is in your packets, I assume, the resolution that recommends two things: approval of the new land use code and approval of the new zoning map. And that resolution does both things in the same resolution as a record of the action that we'll be asking you to take tonight. But let's see, I think that brings us to next steps. I know Martin wants to talk about the summary, planning commission, and board of trustee action. Let me just say that we have this schedule. We're asking for action tonight on the recommendation for the land use code and the map. We will have some modifications to the code that have been brought to our attention. Commissioner Ours has been great about going through the draft document. I read all those comments and worked with Martin Landers today on them. We've got a specific answer for your question about HOAs, and it was the right question to ask. We've got a good answer for that. There may be other comments that you get this public hearing. Not many public here, but perhaps online, and you can take those comments, after which we'll be moving toward that adoption resolution. But in the process of getting to tonight, there were some things that we picked up, comments from Commissioner Ours, comments from that emerged out of the open house that was had. And, you know, you can't make sure they're all in the code document before tonight. You know, at some point you've got to say, okay, there's that, and here's this little addendum of additional things we've found or picked up. And Commissioner Ours found a reference in home occupation, I think, where it was inconsistent internally, and we found that and fixed it and plugged it into this little amendatory list, which we're calling the summary and modifications. But I wanted to kind of tee Martin up for that, and he can go through that summary. Then I think we're largely done. We can take questions, you can take any testimony, and then we can come back to the commission and look at action. So Martin, I think you're on we're almost at the end, and I really appreciate your patience. It's a long, hard night, and I really value the fact you're taking good care with it. And that's hard to do. And I really appreciate that. Martin, you're on for the summary, and then we can turn it back over to the commission for any comments and questions.
Thanks, Jerry.
Yep.
Yeah, as Jerry mentioned, there's been this a number of different items that have come up that that we want to at least propose or have additional discussion about in terms of what potential modifications could be made to this April draft of the Land Development Code. And I believe Debbie has copies of that she can hand out, or maybe she's already distributed those to the Planning Commission. There's a number of items that are associated with the maximum height standards that we can certainly talk about, trying to address what we see as at least a trend or some recent discussions that the Planning Commission has had in terms of how it has handled maximum height. And so we want to try to get in front of that and bring that back to the Planning Commission and have the opportunity to have another discussion about that before we finalize the draft document. It's basically checking in with you, either confirming that you like the way that it reads right now, or because of some recent development discussion that the Planning Commission has had around that, whether you might want to modify that in some case. So we've got a proposal, at least in terms of how we might want to accomplish that. And that's what you'll see primarily under Chapter 3 of the modifications. We have a couple of other small items where we've identified, for example, in one of our charts, we saw that we had an NA associated under the PMD district in Reesley Park, where there's actually a maximum density that should be associated with that we're bringing over from the current code. And so we're proposing that that be identified and replaced from that NA, and you'll see that in that list as well. We also have identified, and this was a comment that came up from a meeting last night that we had from one of the participants regarding accessory dwelling units and the fact that they are currently considered an accessory use in the PRD2, PRD4, PRD6, PCD, and PID districts. And that was not shown in the current chart. And so we're recommending that that be corrected. Jerry mentioned the edit that that Commissioner Orrs had caught under Chapter 4 regarding home occupations, and we have that identified. And then finally, under Appendix 1, there are some items associated with documentation for HOA or merchants associations, if needed, that would be asked of an applicant to provide for the preliminary plat, preliminary PUD, and the site plan applications. I skipped over the Chapter 1 edit. There's one additional one that we're proposing. We've been waiting for 2020 census data to show up, and it still isn't here yet. We, in fact, just recently checked on the website and are recommending that we at least update what the current standard is to what is considered the most recent information, which would be 3.04 persons per dwelling unit rather than 2.69 persons per dwelling unit. This affects the public land education requirement under the subdivision regulations that Jerry was talking about earlier. So that's a real brief overview of what's contained within the summary modifications. Our next steps here, based on your discussion, questions, comments, discussions we have regarding this summary or any additional modifications that you may want to make to the Land Development Code, we will come out of this with your recommendations that would result in the May 2021 draft that we would then hope to move forward to the Board of Trustees in a public hearing that is currently scheduled for June 7th. So with that, that concludes our presentation. And again, as Jerry mentioned, thank you very much for your patience. I know this has been quite a lengthy presentation.
Martin, can you screen share that summary modifications for the public or not? Or is that, you don't have that? We have copies here in the room, although I don't have one. Is there an extra? Thank you.
Well, I guess maybe I should, Jerry, clarify with the chair what the next step here is in the public hearing.
Yep. Yep. Public comment and then back to the commission for questions, comments, and move toward action, but absolutely public comment first.
All right, so we have a bit of an empty room here, but online, is there anyone in the public who is raising their hand? I'll turn to Drew. All right, so let's just give it a moment for anyone to collect themselves online and maybe raise their hand.
And I'm certainly fine with going on with any questions of the commission. You can kind of leave the mic open, if you will, if people want to raise their hand. I'm sensitive to the fact we want to make sure people have a chance, and if it occurs to them in 10 minutes from now, I'd
Sure.
hate to cut them off. So
How about this? We'll close, but I'll check back in with Drew to see if anyone's raising their hands. So at this time, Drew, no one's raised their hands. All right, so let's close.
Chairman, you might want to ask Drew how many people are online at this time.
Let me ask Drew, how many people are online at this time?
okay. Well,
it might be my wife. I don't know. I'm just-
she's just making sure that you're still here.
Exactly.
Now.
It's gonna be a long night. Exactly.
Well, Mark,
All
and I
right,
can take
so-
questions on anything that we presented.
So
we're ready.
So the commissioners, any questions? Right now, I will ask a question regarding, and just for my own clarity, the applicability. This gets approved tonight. It goes to the Board of Trustees.
Right.
For any application that's currently in Debbie's hands right now, so to speak, to rezone. Does that, but it's not going to be seen or heard or looked at by us until, let's say, September.
Right. Right.
What rules are we applying?
Good. I'm glad you asked that question. We have, and we can find it and pull it up on the screen maybe even, but we always put into these codes, application of the code to developments in process.
Okay.
And how we have written it is, if you're in the door and have your applications gotten stamped received and that's in the door, no matter where it is, the old regulations are preserved for so long as it takes to fully process any of those applications, all the way through to a final decision. And so while we're repealing and reenacting 16, 15, and 16, 16 and 17, they hang around for that specific purpose. So if you're in the door, you get processed under the old rules. If you're not in the door yet, new rules.
So I would just ask, just for transparency's sake, if when this time comes and things get approved, which I think they will be, if there can just be like a snapshot, so to speak, of what's in front of the staff, so that there's no question later on of things like that.
That's a really good idea, and we should memorialize that, because people have entitlements effectively under that code section, and we want to make sure they get them.
Just to be clear. And then in terms of, this is kind of nuanced, but the idea of this other standard, let's say a developer says, I don't think it should be 5 to 1,000 acres or whatever, 1,000 people. It should be a different standard. Let me show you.
Right.
Is that brought to us, or is that us being the planning commission, or is that brought to staff? Is it brought to both, where we have a deviation?
Yeah.
But who makes that determination as to, yep, that should be.
Let me get my note, because I know I've got the code section that addresses it.
Okay.
And I'll say that my recollection is this: if I want to do, I'm a developer, I want to do my own study, and so I do, and I bring it in. The code section, Martin, you can help me, but the code section is going to be, hang on, 18.02.320. So I don't know if you've got the ability to find that code section and put it up, Martin. You still there? You are? You are.
And
But
Yes, I can put that up.
okay, while he's looking for it,
Yeah.
my recollection is that we wait to determine what the dedication is going to be until that study comes in. And the results of that study then are presented to whatever decision-making body, and it's going to be you as a recommendation to the board, typically, would otherwise make on a dedication as if there were no study and you're just applying the standard. So it does not accelerate or stall the process. It comes in, it stalls it a little because the developer says, I want to do my own study, and they've got to take time to do that. But when they bring it in, it's seen by you at the same time that you would normally be looking at whatever requirement you'd impose for dedication.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. And then final, the Exhibit A1 that we have now, it still has a draft watermark on it. And
Yeah.
which is, normally fine. It's just I have this resolution too that refers to A1. And I just want to make sure, I know there's some leeway here to, formatting, page numbers,
Yeah.
pagination, whatever it may be. But is there a final A1, so to speak?
The A1 that you have is
Yeah.
the current A1, and the trick or the technique we can use, which we've used before, where you have kind of this little bit of a moving target. It's a big document, and you'd be a superhuman person if you got it all right with the documents here and nobody found any typos or things. And so what we do is we use this. The resolution, I'm getting your question, the resolution of approval says we're recommending approval of the code attached as Exhibit A with the modifications attached as Exhibit A1 and moving approval of the map attached as Exhibit B. So what we can do here on the spot tonight is edit A1. And so if we add some things or take some things off or change some of these things, that will become, with my handwritten notes or somebody's, the version of A1 that then is what you are saying you're attaching to your resolution, and that package then goes up to the board.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
That's all I got.
Okay.
Commissioner White, to expand upon the question that Chris asked is on the studies that a developer might decide to do on their own, are there standards established within the code on what constitutes a valid study so that it's not his cousin Buddy went out and...
Exactly the right question. Martin, I need that code section. You there? Because that will answer that question. Do you need that site again, Martin?
Yes, just one moment. Let me get that in front of me here.
1802-320.
You said 320?
320, yep. We'll find it in a minute. It's a subsection of that. Just scroll, keep scrolling slowly. Maybe it wasn't 320. Hang on, keep going. Okay, hang on. Wait, okay, keep going. I just finished reading it, so I know it's there. Maybe it's at the end. Open space, keep going. Credit, no. Credit, in lieu.
Is this it? 360?
Yes, 370. Can't read my own handwriting.
There we go.
Yeah, put 370 up.
370.
So if the applicant disagrees, request a continuation of the processing, applicant prepares their study. The study shall be undertaken by the applicant's cost, licensed professional engineer, professional proven in advance by the town, so not cousin Eddie. And there are the standards. It, include an evaluation of the supplier capacity of whatever it is that you're wanting to have to study, identify and quantify the demand and the improvements required. So really identify what you think rough proportionality is under Nolan Dolan. Because if I'm the developer, I say, I don't agree with what the staff and the town have come up with for rough proportionality on my project. So that's the standard for that option.
Perfect.
Okay.
I shouldn't have doubted.
Well, if I hadn't just read that earlier in the day, I would have been struggling more. I know that we had it, but I wouldn't have been able to find it that fast.
Perfect.
So good.
There's a sentence that is associated with sketch plans and final plans, and it's also in the old code, just slightly reworded.
Okay.
That sentence is the plat conforms with the town's comprehensive plan, parks, trails, open space plan, and other plans adopted by the town from time to time. And so my question is that when we're reviewing a sketch plan or a final plan, does this give legislative authority to recommend non-approval if we deem that those plans are out of compliance with the comprehensive plan?
I believe it does. And this came up in the training session we had. And the similar question, or I think I looked at that very question. I'm glad we're putting it on the record here tonight, because the fact is that the law is that the the plan is not regulatory unless it's adopted as a regulation. Very few cities, run an ordinance adopting the comp plan as a part of their land use code. It just isn't done. Instead, you have a resolution that adopts the comp plan as a guide. But you will have in your code some specific statements that relate to the plan and say, look, here, if it's not consistent with the plan, that's a basis for denial. And so that's a specific reference, and that's good, and that is a basis to recommend denial. As I think I probably mentioned to you at the training, if I'm wearing my city attorney hat, town attorney hat, I would love to have a couple of other reasons to keep that one company, because playing the videotape for it, oddly enough, just earlier today, I was testifying in a federal jury trial, and it was clear that I had to answer a certain question. It was clear to me that I needed to have like 3 things to say why this was true, not just one. Now, not to say we take our clients as we find them, and if that's the only reason, you take that one and you go up on it, But now we've departed the question and answer and moved into the tactical at the lawsuit stage, which is kind of unfair, really. If you're looking at, when you're saying, Jerry Dawkin, is this a basis for denial? And I'm saying yes. You've got a specific statement. It's tied to a specific code requirement. That's good.
And so in the future, we just have to be very cognizant of where those statements have been
Yeah.
placed in the code.
Yep.
To
and
use
make
it.
them pretty specific as to the code requirement that you believe is not being met, and help the town turning along a little bit if there's other stuff. Now, I'm not saying now look for other reasons to say no, but it would be rare to have the only reason for denial being inconsistent with the comp plan. If that's true, we've made that bed, lie in it, and make that your recommendation, and I'm comfortable with that.
Understood.
Okay.
I see here, I'm delighted to see that the 90-foot has been addressed. My question is, how did you decide to land on 75 in lieu of 90? What was the rationale and the computation to land there?
Martin has worked through that today, and I'll bet he can answer that.
Yes, and actually, I'd like to actually defer to Debbie Flynn, because we were having a conversation about this, and it came out of a development, and I don't recall the name of it, Debbie, but maybe you can characterize how we arrived at that 75 feet.
Yes, there was a recent development that was a condition that the planning commission imposed on that, and staff agreed with those conditions and wanted to see that done in the future for future projects. So that's why today I asked Martin to change the 90 feet to 75. So we could use that project as a basis for large projects from now on. So it'll be a 75-foot building height instead of a 90.
So the ink isn't even really totally dry on that one, huh?
Yeah.
No, it isn't, but now's our chance.
Huh. Okay. And then my last question pertains to that. Once this is adopted legislatively, are there going to be current landowners with undeveloped land who could view that as a limitation on their development rights and view it as a taking?
Yeah. good question. I do get that question too frequently. Takings only rise to the level of denying someone an economic use of their land. When you think about it, all the entire code is a restriction and a limitation on land. And I'm not trying to be silly here, but that's what land use regulation is a form of, you know, I can't put a tannery on the property that I own as a residence because, and a tannery might make, probably not a tannery, a microbrewery. There you go. Something that would make money. And while that would be a more, probably a really popular use and a more valuable one, I'm denied that by the zoning regulations in the county I live in. The same thing would be true here. The only distinction would be where there's already an approved plan. Now we're into vested property rights territory that we can talk about if you like, but you see the difference. If you've got undeveloped land, the uses are still there. Some of the details of how you implement those uses are being changed. That's not a taking.
Perfect.
Yep.
So I guess I'll close with fellow commissioners, 75 feet. Are we comfortable with that?
Yeah.
And with that, I conclude my comments.
Thank you.
I have a couple. I want to first talk about, because I got enlightened when I read this whole project, which I think is very good, having worked with the planning department under the 16 and 17, and now being able to work under 18, I feel much more comfortable that I'll be an even better planning commissioner. But what I wanted to ask specifically, would you, for my benefit, it's already been answered and may be already knowledgeable to my other planners, planning commissioners, and maybe some of the public, the one person that's listening. What's the difference, or what is the relationship of the HOA to our code? Because, you know, I've been in HOAs for many, many years, and I never thought before about how what they put in there is certainly contrary to what we look at in here.
I'm really glad you asked the question. I'm glad you asked it earlier so that I could kind of organize my thoughts around it. And for many, many years, I've had to answer a similar question because the truth is that there's covenants on probably half of the property in town that says things like setback and height and some issues around use and where you can put your car and can you store a recreational vehicle in your driveway. And these are things that individual developments and their homeowners association have chosen to impose upon themselves. And they have the right to do that. And this code doesn't take that right away. But I often get the question of, well, and there's sort of three parts to it, I think. The first is that the town does not enforce private covenants. I'm the city attorney for the city of Wheat Ridge and have been for many years, and they have very old covenants there, but there are some, and occasionally there will be a public hearing, and someone will testify and say they can't, this development can't have sheds that close to the property line, trying to set classic setback, because the covenants say they've got to be at least 15 feet away. Usually, actually, the covenants are the reverse, but we'll take this as the example. And your code says, 10 feet. So the city is allowing these structures, 10 feet, and the covenants say 15. You've got to enforce that, city. And I universally say to the city council, no, you do not enforce private covenants. So where the covenant is more restrictive than the city standard in this particular case, it's the HOA that needs to enforce that covenant. And frankly, if I'm a property owner, it's no defense to the HOA coming to me to say, well, the city allows this because it's a layer cake and you apply both. Now, where the covenants would allow what the town would prohibit, the covenants are not a defense to the city's saying, if the shoe's on the other foot, the covenants are a defense to the city. If the covenants allow 15 or allow 10, and the city says 15, and I come in and I build my shed, and this actually happened to a Wheat Ridge case, 10 feet away, the city is able to go to the property owner and say, the city setback for this zone district is 15, you have to move the shed. And it is no defense to that to say, but the covenants let me do it. Well, the covenants are adopted by the HOA, and the HOA is not you or the Board of Trustees, and that's who writes the land use regulations. Most of the time, and there are a couple other points I want to make on this, and you can tell I feel strongly about the importance of HOAs and covenants, but I also feel strongly about how we should recognize what their relative roles are and sort of who wins in a contest. And I've given 2 contests and told you kind of how they went around this setback situation. Another thing the covenants may not do is permit what the code would prohibit, say from a use standpoint. And the microbrewery, if the code where I'm living says no microbreweries in residential neighborhoods, and my CC&Rs say the list of uses includes microbrewery, that's too bad. It's too bad, but they can't permit what the county zoning, in my case, I'm an unincorporated county, would prohibit. Another thing that covenants can't do in any regard is to violate state or federal law. And every now and again, you'll see, and we used to see covenants on racial restrictions. You may not sell to someone not of the white race, and these are embarrassing covenants. They're still on the books in a lot of places. We don't have those here. It's a newer community, so you don't have them here. But I use that as an example. If there's something that's illegal under federal or state law, the covenant can say all it wants to that that's allowed, but it isn't. The last point I make about covenants is there's also a really important role for having them where there is property that's going to be held in common that needs to be maintained. And it is not held by the town. It's not being dedicated to the town. Best example I can think of, I was the town attorney for Silverthorne, Colorado, up near Dillon for a couple of decades. And they had the entrance monument gate, little archway things for developments, Eagle's Nest development. And you drive up the main road into the Eagle's Nest development, and that's great. And the roads, I think, were town roads, and we'll get to private roads in a minute, but the roads were town roads. But the little lenses of property where these things were with vegetation and whatnot had not been dedicated to the town. They were outlots. They were tracks, I think, on the plat. And they neglected to dedicate them to anybody. More modern plats will require those pieces of property to be dedicated to the HOA. If they're not going to be owned by the town and they're not going to be owned by a private owner, there's a public value and importance in making sure they are maintained. And the value of having an HOA that is in place for that development is key. And I think there actually is one reference, and you found it in the code, talking about, I think, site plan, saying, show us that you've got an HOA for maintenance of common areas. Another example would be detention ponds, right? Or you've got detention, not retention, detention, and they silt up. And 20 years later, they're not serving their purpose and they need to get dug out. So who's going to do that? And if it's not owned by the town, it's not owned by an individual owner, you want an entity that's responsible for that. Now, that's not so much a covenants question, but it is an HOA ownership question that's important. And the plats that I often review for the cities I represent, if there's going to be that kind of facility, the planning department is always very good about making sure, is that going to be dedicated to an HOA, and will an HOA be in existence? And we check those boxes. That's more than you probably wanted on HOAs and covenants, but they're huge, and the development just before this hearing relied heavily, didn't it, on the HOA and on what it would do. And there's an absolutely important role, because if you didn't have them, there'd be these kinds of public-ish things that the city is not in charge of that need to get dealt with, and someone needs to be responsible, and HOAs and covenants provide for that.
I got one other thing for you. Compatibility. I went through the whole new code, and I may have missed one, but there's 10 different places in the code that says things will be compatible. And I know compatibility is extremely important to me. That's why I chose to get on this planning commission, because I know that neighbors, people living in neighborhoods, have great concern about what's being built beside them. And you have a good definition of compatibility in the definitions, but I don't quite understand a couple of the words that are in there. May I read the definition?
Sure. Martin's probably, Martin put it up. Look at that.
He's got it up. Okay.
Look at him. Yeah, if you give me just a.
Sure.
That's good, Martin. We're fine. Okay. All right,
Now,
go ahead.
Now, it says some elements are height, I understand that, but then mass, bulk of structure are a couple of things that I don't really know how we evaluate those. Maybe my shortcoming, but.
No, we know what those are, mass and bulk, and there are communities that actually go further and have a sort of a bulk plane, and to some degree on the height restriction we're talking about just now, or it's stepped down, I think, it gets toward that, where the further up you go, the further in you have to go, so that you're not outmassing or overshadowing, your neighbor. Martin, can you help me in terms of where we use this term in the code?
I can tell you.
Then
Yes.
then do, because you tell me, and with any luck, it'll be in a section Martin's responsible for.
Well, it's.
He can answer
it's in
the question.
Sketch plan.
Okay.
Yeah, conditional use, I think, is the big one, isn't it, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Where it's mentioned
Conditional
several.
use.
So
Conditional uses.
Conditional uses, preliminary plat, final plat, rezoning, site plan, conditional uses, accessory uses and structures, PUDs, and final PUD plan. All have the word compatibility in there. I'm so glad to see that, because I haven't had the problem with our current planning department, but I did have a problem previously where I tried to bring this issue up. I got cut off pretty darn quick.
Okay.
I won't get cut off anymore because of the folks we're working with, but compatibility to me is a very, very significant part of what we do up here.
It is, and I think it needs to be exercised in some cases with the same care that we exercise doesn't comply with the comp plan. And you know why I'm saying this, because it is a subjective determination. And I think if you're given the power to make a subjective determination, as you are, because it's sprinkled throughout the code, with, what do they say? Great power comes great responsibility. But I'm really serious about that. You can, I think, misuse that term, but I'd rather have it in the code and have you charged with using it responsibly than not having it in the code. And that's no longer a standard you can use when you evaluate projects. Now, what I'm giving you is not so much a bright line as kind of a gray, intentionally, because the term is a little gray. It is a term you can use. One of the best places to use it is, and frankly, safest places is in conditional use territory. Because when you think about conditional uses, these are uses that are not uses by right. And so someone has brought in a conditional use on lot 1, block 2. And that use might be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood of lot 1, block 2, but that same use might not be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood of lot 5, block 1. Just by virtue of, it's a very site-specific determination, and compatibility really lends itself to being an appropriate standard for determining whether or not you should recommend approval of a conditional use. But in terms of designing subdivisions, which is largely, I think, where it's used in the list you gave, it is a standard you can use. You need to use it with care. And what you'll probably see will be a staff report that that will address that because it is one of the standards, and might call out the fact that this particular development is not compatible with respect to mass and bulk, maybe architecture. Now, you have to use this power with care, as I said, because you don't have architectural design standards for homes, do you? Don't have architectural design standards for downtown commercial. The Silverthorne client I spoke of actually enacted some design standards that says, okay, for buildings in this downtown area, they have to have four-sided architecture. We all know what that means. You don't have this blank wall. The back side of the Walmart, right? Sorry, Walmart. Or Target or Lowe's is always, there's nothing there. It's all, but the architectural design standards in that community said four-sided architecture, at least two materials, some fenestration, which is architect's way of saying windows, I think. I had to ask an architect that once. But these are things that you can take a generalized compatibility statement only so far. Right. And when you get to the point of saying we really wanted to have three kinds of materials, et cetera, you had better start thinking about architectural design standards, which can be really controversial. Fascinatingly, in that Silverthorne case, we wrote these standards that had all the shalls in them. The room filled up with people that said you should not dictate to us the color, et cetera. So we changed all the shalls to shoulds, kind of watered it down. 2 years later, as projects were coming in, the room filled up again, saying, you really should require these people to. And we said, well, wait. So, another year later, we changed all the shoulds back to shall. But life is a process, not an event, right? It took the community that time to understand that they really liked those, and that those standards did not preclude development. They did not run a hotel out of town at all. And now I'm way off the subject, and I apologize. So I'll shut up on that.
Okay, I've got one more question, and I don't know that there's a requirement, and this has been a requirement for every city that I've been in, and I've been in quite a few in my life, that there's a 500-foot away certain structures have to be away from a neighborhood. For example, one that I have the greatest problem with, these big 16, 18, and 22 pump gasoline stations within 500 feet. They can be within 500 feet residential property. Where does that 500 come from? What controls that 500? Because it hasn't changed for a lot of years, but I'm going to bet you it was written when service stations were 2 and 4 pumps.
And sort of on the corner of the block and
on the corner of the
down the block, there's
the
houses.
Residential area.
Yeah.
But one of those, when those come before us, it's right up on top of a neighborhood. We haven't had that yet, but it's going to happen, I guarantee you. It's right up on top of a neighborhood within 500 feet. We're going to have a room full, rightfully so.
I've not ever had to deal with that. It's clearly a judgment about safety, isn't it? And we make these judgments all the time. And for setbacks, the 10 and 15 feet we're talking about, that's a judgment that may or may not be right, but it's not quite throwing darts at the wall. It's our judgment. Other people might judge it differently. That is an arena in which there's no kind of state preemption. There's not a oil and gas, drilling ballpark. It's a use, and it would be within the town's power to say setbacks from these kinds of facilities are 1,000 feet. Can do that. The battles we see up in northern Colorado on setbacks of residential from oil and gas drilling illustrate that local governments are in that business. They also illustrate that the local governments are in the business of setbacks from various things to ensure safety. And you make a judgment about how far from what kind of thing, and it varies. It almost also illustrates that there are a few kinds of industries that have a better lobby at the state legislature and have been able to get the legislature to say, yes, you've got this broad power to determine setbacks for safety local governments, but not here. You know, we're going to clip your wings more. I give the oil and gas drilling example just to kind of illustrate that that's an example of the exercise of the power, and in this particular case, the state limiting that exercise. However, on a gas station on the corner, it doesn't benefit from the oil and gas drilling state preemption at all. So it's no different than saying how far away from medical marijuana or retail marijuana can you have a school, or where, you know, the other kinds of separation requirements we have, that's within your power to locally determine. So if that's a number that you think the staff ought to look at and come back with ideas, probably not in this iteration, but for setbacks, you have that's well within your power to say, we think that it needs to be greater. And that's a legislative determination. It's not quasi-judicial. It's legislative, like the 10 feet and the 15 feet was. And it's something that you can look at. That gives me the chance to say, great, if we do this code, we're done, right? And you know what I'm about to say, which is you're never done, right? The day after, and this is kind of the bad news, sorry, the day after you adopt a code that fixes all these problems Martin and I have been talking about and puts together, a fact pattern will arise and you go, oh, well, where's that? And, you know, honestly, we will leap way ahead with this work. There's no question, both on the zoning and the code side. But life changes and new uses get invented and they have to be put in that chart. And issues come to light, and that's why regularly you have to tinker with the code. But it's like anything else. You leap way ahead and then you're good for a while and you just have to keep that car in repair.
I would ask town manager and staff, is this something that we could discuss at some point in the future, making it?
Definitely. I mean, we can, you know, when we're talking about having meetings in the future, we could definitely do that.
I just think it's a serious issue that at least we need to know why we're keeping it at 500 feet.
Yep, we definitely can.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You bet. Other questions?
Yeah, I've got two hopefully quick ones. Looking at the review procedures chart, can you tell me what the difference, and I'm specifically looking at our responsibilities for approval, the differences between a public hearing would be required and a meeting or action would be required?
Yep. Good. Your meetings are always public, of course. Public hearing, that will trigger formal public notice. There's a whole section in the code on what public notice is required for a public hearing, both mailed notice, posted notice, published notice. And a public hearing, if required under this chart, if there's an H, those formal notices have to go out, including in most cases, I think, notice to adjacent property owners out to a distance that I don't have in my head. And so that notice goes out before you have your hearing on the project. An X or an M, where there was an M, because it's a meeting. Maybe we should start just using M instead of X. That might be a good idea. That is still a public meeting, and it's still going to be on the agenda. And if I follow your agendas, and I'm careful about that, I pull up the agenda and I go, that it's not a public hearing, but it's a public meeting. And so I'm going to show up. Now, in a public meeting, the local government has the flexibility to either allow public comment or not. I think your general practice is, even on something not published as a public hearing, you'll take public comment, will you, I believe? Okay. And you're not required to, but truthfully, all the cities I represent, I think it was except for one, if it's a public meeting and you show up and you want to testify, you get to testify. And if it's a public hearing, on the night, the difference between a public meeting and a public hearing is impossible to see. It's what happened before. Was there notice to all these people? That's the difference. And I'm glad to hear you have that local practice, because people show up and honestly, they really expect to be able to talk to you. And I don't see a reason not to. Okay, sorry.
And then my second question, and this could be very basic and nuanced, but in the sign code, do we go as far as like commercial signs, maintaining them through the existence of the sign? If they become dilapidated, at that point, does, code enforcement then have the ability to go out and work with the property owner to adjust that sign?
Yeah.
And then the other one that drives me crazy is the use of these tractor trailer trucks as signage.
Yeah. While Martin is looking for the section, I'm pretty sure we have on abandoned or dilapidated signs or amortization of such. I'll tell you that, the truck issue comes up a lot. In the office where my office is, there's a truck advertising, I forget what, that's always parked there. And it's sort of a stationary sign. Some sign codes or some city codes prohibit the use of a vehicle as a sign parked in a location that is not part of its regime. It's a little tricky because honestly, most businesses have logos, and there's a kind of a continuum, isn't there, between parking it in that location at my office and never moving that thing. It's basically a sign in the parking lot. And parking it there while you're inside and kind of taking advantage of the fact you're going to park it where it's seen more versus just driving around in it. You'd say door number 3, they get to do that.
And I think I'm referring to like the back end of a tractor trailer.
Okay.
You see that a lot on developments. Yeah, you see the trailer part.
Yep.
With a big sign that says X home company is building a bazillion lots,
just
starting at.
Yeah.
It is the function without planting a sign in their property. They're putting a trailer there.
I think that's a sign because it's not movable. Martin is looking for the, Martin, can you weigh in on either one of these? I'm pretty sure that the example given about the back end of a tractor trailer that's just parked and sits there, I think that's a sign. That's probably a site sign. And
I believe that actually falls under the vehicle sign.
Okay.
Issue.
Can you find that for us?
Yeah, let's see if I can search for that and find that for us.
Before you take away the screen, though, this is sign maintenance, which was the first.
Right,
question.
that's correct. That was the first question.
Let's do that first. Properly maintained, equipped. Let's see, the director has the right to order the repair or removal of any sign. I'm looking at letter 4, defective, damaged, substantially deteriorated. So director can remove, or because it would be a violation of the code, you can do a municipal court citation too, is the other door.
So the director referring to, say, code enforcement or whatever the teeth is that we have within our.
I think, the director is director planning, who would be able to.
Roger.
His or her designee.
Okay.
Either the director or you can designate.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, let's find vehicle signs, Martin. I know we have a section on it.
We got a definition for it right here.
Motor vehicles, including semi-truck trailers, used primarily for the business purposes other than as a sign. My take, unless there's a separate section, Martin.
Yeah.
My take is that this definition tells us that if it's on a vehicle that's used as a vehicle, okay. But your example is that's a vehicle that's not being used as a vehicle. So therefore it's a sign. And we might even have it under prohibited sign categories. Is that what you're looking
that's
for,
what I'm
Martin?
thinking. That's under the prohibited sign category.
Let's find that. structurally unsafe.
I'm not seeing it under prohibited signs.
Well, so I take the position that it doesn't qualify as a vehicle sign because it's not being used as a vehicle. So if it doesn't qualify as a vehicle, and a vehicle sign you can drive around with. Someone was advertising whiskey once, and it was just a trailer, right?
There we
with a big
go.
sign, and they just drove around.
Example.
Okay, where are you? A3. Signs on vehicles shall not project beyond the surface. Unlawful to place or store a vehicle with a sign on in such manner as to increase the permitted sign area. Yeah. So if on that site, you see that it's 3B. If on that particular piece of property, under the sign code, you have a sign budget. You can have this much square foot of this, and we won't go into the details, but every property's got a sign budget. You can have this much signage. And if you're parking that in such manner as to increase the permitted sign or go over the permitted sign area for a non-residential property, a commercial property, then you're over your budget. And it's as if your wall sign was too big. So that's the other way to.
So is it the size of the sign hung over the truck or the size of the truck?
I think it's the size of the sign on the truck, right, Martin? Because we measure signs around sort of the graphics. And in this case, it's not the whole truck, but it would be the sign on the truck.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to read into it more. I just think they're very unsightly. And honestly, I never saw that before I moved to Colorado. So.
Yeah, it's a thing. And but I believe you have tools here because quite likely they're going to exceed their sign budget for that property with using it in that manner, and that you just can't. Other questions?
Yeah, one more thing. Just wanted to roll back to Commissioner White's ask, and not to prolong this anymore. We had 75 feet. We have 90, then down to 75 feet. If, speak now or forever hold your peace regarding that height. That's at least my position at this time of night. Does anyone have anything to say about it or not?
I think it's a moot point at this point because again, most of the areas that already can.
Dying for
If we start going up any further, at 75, it's going to be the standard. 90, we did not have the ability to adjust it. Now we don't know what that outcome is going to be. Still have the site plans are actually. So I mean, it is a mediated aspect, but again, can we build? Where else can they build?
Yeah.
75 good.
Yeah.
What stories is that?
Do we want to be more restrictive or less restrictive, or is 75 this perfect Goldilocks? All right. So 7 to 8 story building, with 10-foot stories, so to speak. Just conceivably thinking, I always revert back to that YMCA building, which is 3, but it's a big 3, I would say. It seems like it's more of a 40 or 45.
It's got the vaulted ceiling.
Exactly. So, just using that for some perspective, that's my thought. I would like more restriction, but I'm not going to hold anything.
To 60.
Well,
than the YMCA.
I mean, something like 60 seems to me to be still very generous in terms of where we're at as a town of Monument, primarily of, residents. We're not a commercial hub. We're not a commercial center. I think it's still this idea of a small town and all of the things that come with it, even, despite slopes and things like that. Those are just my thoughts. And I open it up. I'm not going to get demanding here. So
75 is in the summary and modifications.
correct.
So if you, per your question, if you make a motion to approve the resolution, I believe the resolution tonight references Exhibit A1, doesn't it?
It does.
Toward the end.
It does.
If you approve the resolution in front of you, you will scoop in the summary modifications, and that summary has 75. So
Right.
that'd be the effect of that motion. Yeah.
Showers.
Don't mind dropping it to 50. Up it to 30. I mean, that's, I know, I mean, well, but it's. Yeah.
We omitted that part of the east and west. As if you see on there, we got rid of the word east and
Delete.
west. Is that correct, Martin?
Yes, that's correct.
It's the same on both sides.
Yeah. It was too confusing, so we took that out with on I-75 language, so.
It's like. Okay. Thank you. Yeah,
And I would say, because we have the opportunity to restrict it, right now, we did not have the opportunity.
Correct.
You know, and again, now that we're
We can
talking,
approve bigger.
well, yeah,
If we
true.
wanted to.
We could go skyscraper.
Yeah, yeah. But realistically, I mean, here we have, I mean, just from today, we have 378 more units that are coming into a small town field. We are expanding at a, just like Nicole said, we're expanding.
Right.
The only place we're gonna be going next is up. So if we don't, that's why behind the scenes, I'm sitting here trying to understand, well, even if we go from 75 to 50, okay, that's great.
Mhm.
But again, there's no place to go further to expand within the city Monument. So now we come over here to downtown center Monument and say, okay, well, I want to plat this land. I'm not going to build apartment buildings up. I'm going to build, I'm going to build them up.
The downtown has lower restrictions. It's, yeah.
I'm just saying overall in general, there's nothing. Tri-view aspect of Higbee and now within Higbee, some of these other land schoolhouse is not going to go higher. Right now, 75 feet. That is deeded land for the school right now.
That's a 7.
Could I say this? The height interferes with people's view of the mountains.
Correct. Yeah.
On the east side of I-25, I certainly see that we need to stay low. But on the west side, I think we need to talk about those heights because of the grades, the elevations. There are businesses that we would want to come in to our city for tax revenues and for services and for all other things, that 50 foot might not hit it, might be higher. And the question is, does that extra height for the purpose of this conversation, let's just say for this conversation, 70 foot, right now it's 90 foot.
Right.
Does that interfere with the residential properties on the west side? Does that interfere with the residential properties that are primarily built on the east side, or those other residential properties on the west side are built on the other side of where we would find those larger buildings? So what am I saying? Well, I'm just.
Well, I think.
I think that the west side height and the east side height have two different needs.
Complicates the code.
It complicates the code, but hey, the code complicates everything for developers.
Just if I can ask real quick though, and for staff, I mean, like Connexus, all of those would be grandfathered in, right? I mean, they're already under the 90 foot.
Yes.
So
and-
aren't we kind of mute point?
On that.
On
For,
that
for a
section-
majority of that property between Baptist and 105.
So conceivably, you know, maybe just north of the Y, just south of the Y, which is still yet to be determined.
Right, but everything else already is spoken for.
I'll turn to staff on that. I don't know, conceive, the entire corridor. I don't know.
I think you have along Old Denver Road, you probably have 25 acres there that's not, that hasn't been, you know, it's the corner of Second Street and Beacon Light actually is where, so you got that plot right there or that piece of land parcel. So other than that, I don't think you're gonna have much say over the height of the buildings. Now, most of the developers we're talking to, because I think some of them have 90-foot allowabilities. They're allowed 90 feet, but most of them, they're not gonna ever get a build 90 feet. There are some opportunities to put some hotels on that side though.
That's for sure.
And so the code today does say 90 feet over there. And so I would not preclude that there could be a hotel over there that wants to be 90 feet. Now, with the mountains and everything like that, staff and myself, and I think the board probably would try to talk them out of that. You know, not that we couldn't approve it, but I think we'd try to negotiate them down from 90 feet because I don't think we need buildings that tall.
But if we were to put something in there that said 50 feet, 40 feet or whatever, and they wanted to build 10 feet higher, we could approve the exception, but we couldn't deny it off of height the other way around. So if we put a low height restriction on, I don't think we're gonna scare people away. They're gonna just come, hey, what if we went higher? And we could decide then, but if we have that 75 feet, we can't stop them from building 75 feet.
That's correct. Right. I see.
That's correct.
Yeah, however, when you make an exception for one developer, next developer is going to come in and say, but look what you did for them. So
I think from an
you run into an issue.
I have
Either way.
I have to take my town manager hat off and put my economic development hat on. If you have a code and it says 50 feet, they're most likely never going to come to the board and ask to go to 70 feet or anything like that. They're just going to read the code and they're going to say, okay, we're not going to monument. Yeah, that's.
I recommend we consider 70 feet on the west side.
Let's go that high, say at the 75 or.
Saying 70 instead of 75. Right now,
We got 75. That's the proposal right now, 75 on both sides.
Yeah.
That's right here.
75.
What do you think it should be? Right. Sure.
You might try Commissioner Trujillo's motion, which is the whole package, Exhibit A1 as written, 75 on both sides, and then run an amendment and see on this specific issue and see if you got the votes to amend it in a particular way. That way your discussion is just focused on the number, and you know you move the thing along. Not trying to cut off discussion. I enjoy it. I do, because it's my life. But I've seen sometimes if everything else is good and we're kind of hung up on something, you get the main train going and then you say, okay, now let's have an amendment and vote it up or down on that height issue. And the amendment either gets on or it doesn't, and then you're done.
So you're saying it would be an amendment to section 18.03.240, that first one?
There's a couple references.
There's a couple.
It would be wherever it is mentioned.
Or Mr. Orr's, Commissioner Orr's, we could keep the east and west side verbiage as we previously had stated in the code.
Yeah, I mean, his
Yep.
amendment would be,
So we could keep the west side at 75 feet and the east side at 50 feet, which was currently, we had in the draft. Currently, that was in the draft.
yeah,
So-
I mean, you could have the main motion. And then the chair could say, okay, now I'll entertain amendments, looking around, and bang, there's an amendment to adjust Exhibit A1 to restore the distinction between east and west. And help me out, Debbie, the amendment would be to restore the distinction between east and west and to provide for how many feet on the west?
We could keep, it was 90, we changed it to 75, so we could keep 75 on the west and 50 on the east.
Trying to help him sort of
Yep.
structure is a mandatory motion.
However we do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You recognize that talking about the west, we're talking about one little piece of property at the corner of Second and B.
That doesn't sound.
Or if they go in and rip, or if
Yeah.
they go in and rip the McDonald's down.
Oh, that's true. You mean that, wait, we've approved
Yep,
all the way
in Old Denver.
Baptist Road all the way up to where?
105.
So,
Triangle down
yep,
the corner
at
with
this,
the- with the-
yeah,
So it's like almost.
Oh, I thought we were doing it on.
No.
Principle.
yeah.
But how about south of Baptist Road? How about south of Baptist Road where the UPS facility's going in right now?
I think you've
That's
got
already-
one parcel that's south of the UPS between that and the
Yeah,
Air
it's-
Force Academy.
Yep. The Falcon Commerce Center is already grandfathered in, and there was a piece within Falcon Commerce Center that's part of the county.
Right.
So it'll be that piece.
Control over that.
Yes, unless they annex into the town. And then we have that property on Second Street and Beacon Light, which Mr. Foreman mentioned earlier. So-
And on the east side, you would have, I think somebody mentioned, you'd probably have the north and south side of the YMCA.
Yep.
And then about 90 acres on the south side of the Home Depot.
It's kind of much ado about nothing on the west side.
So right now on based on this, on the west side, it's 75 feet. Is that right?
Yes.
Right now, it's
Well-
all 90 feet.
Well,
Oh,
no.
it changed.
No,
No, it changed.
If you adopt this, it'll be 75 on the west. Yep.
But on the east side, it is.
75. It's
That's
75 still.
Yeah,
So we're just asking to put
50.
east and west back in.
50.
Right.
And the 50 on the east,
That-
if you want
that's-
to do that.
Every discussion that I've been in since I've sat on this, when it comes time to heights, on the east side, a lot of people want to talk about 35, but the conversation will go up to 50. But it's always a large conversation, and I think 50 is probably as reasonable.
Well, I would move to take a motion or make a motion and then throw some amendments out there and see what sticks. That makes sense.
Yeah.
At this time.
Somebody knows what to write.
Okay, I think I might have some language to use. So, but I want to ask Mr. Landers, not Mr. Landers, geez, I'm sorry.
Dahl.
Yeah, Jerry. So what should I refer to? Because I was going to refer to Exhibit A as the April, I mean, because right now, again,
Yeah.
virtually I see it as draft April as
Yeah.
a title to it.
Yep.
What are like Monument LDC April 2021 draft.pdf? What should I
Yep.
refer to it?
It should be the April draft. After you've done whatever you do tonight, it'll turn into the May draft. And Martin, correct me if I'm wrong, but Exhibit A is the April draft. A1 is this summary,
That's being
And-
circulated right.
right?
So-
And B is the map. But honestly, the resolution that you have in front of you says we're approving we're approving A, A1, and B.
Right, I
So
know.
it's got them all.
Right.
So a simple motion, I think, to approve the resolution with, maybe with the exhibits A, A1, and B as presented
Okay.
would do the trick. You
And
get a
map is-
second for that motion, then we're on the road to amendments.
And the map
It's
is,
presented? Because I
Yeah,
know
the
there's
map
a lot
is,
of,
the map is B.
and the map is still being
it's still being.
revised
Yeah.
currently.
That's why we thought we'd make the modifications A1 and didn't try to mess things up too much.
Okay. So
Mis-
here's,
Then we do a second to that, and then the chair will entertain.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make
Please,
one
go
statement?
for it.
This probably won't be popular with staff, but I just want to throw it out there. Maybe we need to revisit this in a week, 2 weeks. I personally don't feel ready to vote.
We have to have, it goes to the board on the 7th and the project has to be done by the end of.
I mean, we're looking at Exhibit A that was put together after yesterday's meeting. Honestly, I have yet to read the code, the proposal. So I would vote present.
Yeah, I have a suggestion because I think what Debbie's saying is DOLA has a deadline. And so our grant has a deadline. And so you could approve this and then come back and request to make amendments after you've approved it, after DOLA's approved the funding and we've completed the grant. You could make individual changes as we go. You can always do that. You can always make changes to the code.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
Does that make sense? What do you
There'll be
think?
something.
And just
You
that
can't
process,
have adults approve.
right, that process that was just described, that is as simple as or as difficult as us having it as an agenda item on our meeting?
Yeah.
You just ask staff to put that as an agenda item on your meeting.
And I understand the
Okay,
concern.
right.
Here, it's a little unique because there's a DOLA funding deadline that you got to get it done by. And, you know, it's a grant that has funded, you know, a whole lot of work that you want to take advantage of.
Feel better about that or?
I'll be frank, I haven't read it.
Okay.
You know, you listen to the news and you hear about our senators and congressmen voting on stuff they haven't read and we all go, how dumb is that?
Right.
I haven't read any of this.
You should certainly reflect that in the vote too, if you'd like. Okay, so I will go ahead and make a motion. I'll do my best. I, Commissioner Wilhelmi, move that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the revision of Title 18 of the Municipal Code as presented here tonight as Exhibit A, A1, and Exhibit B, that these are in the best interest of public health, safety, and welfare to the town of Monument and should be certified to the Board of Trustees with a recommendation for approval.
And that the resolution that you have be adopted. Because you have a resolution of the Planning Commission doing exactly that,
Okay,
right? You do.
I
you
do.
not?
I have it right in front of
Yeah.
me.
So with respect, I think the better form for the motion would be I move to approve resolution number
1 series
series
2021.
2021, which does those things.
Okay, I'll try again.
Sorry.
It's all right. Let's try again. I, Commissioner Wilhelmi, move that the Planning Commission recommend approval of Resolution Number 1, Series 2021, which is in effect a revision of Title 18 of the Municipal Code as presented in Exhibit A, A1, and B of the Resolution 1, which are in the best interest of the public health, safety, and welfare of the town and monument, which should be certified by the town of trustee, to the Board of Trustees with a recommendation of approval.
That's good. I would take the first recommendation out because you don't recommend approval of the resolution by God. This commission approves the resolution. The resolution is recommending this package to the board. I'm sorry to torture you.
No.
But, you know, the formal action of the commission is
It's to
memorialized
resolve.
in a resolution. It's like the board takes action by ordinance. You take action on a thing like this by resolution. So you're not recommending approval of this resolution. You're approving this resolution.
Yeah, you gotta know this is.
Yeah.
This is the
Yeah,
first one of
yeah,
these.
this is, yeah.
And real quick, and if we want amendments, then maybe we'll get to that. when we
Yeah,
get
and
to the
I
amendment
can
part.
help craft an amendment. It'll be amend the motion to revise the resolution by changing Exhibit A1 of the fourth bullet to say this.
Okay.
And I can do that. I'm all over.
Can you write that down? Can you write
I
that?
second what he said.
This is so.
I can do that.
Not helping as it gets
So,
later.
Your motion is to approve resolution
Right.
1, series 2021 of the planning commission. that's good enough because it has all the exhibits already.
Just wanted to capture
Yeah.
the exhibits.
Yep.
Okay. So, all right, one more time, I guess. I'll
Okay.
try. I, Commissioner Wilhelmi, move that resolution number 1, series 2021, be adopted by the Planning Commission.
Perfect. That's all you need.
There you go.
Because
I
the
s-
resolution itself says all the other stuff. Sorry.
I second that motion.
Okay. Thank you. And so now I will restate the motion and call for the discussion or amendment. I, Commissioner Wilhelmi, recommend approval of the resolution number 1, series 21 by the Planning Commission. Okay. All right.
You've got a motion and a second, so the resolution's pending your adoption and it's available now. That motion's available. The motion to adopt the resolution is available for amendment, and a proper amendment would be to amend the motion to revise Exhibit A1 in the following way, whatever that is. So if
Okay.
you have a motion to revise Exhibit A1, and you could call out which bullet you want to, it's under Chapter 3. Chapter 3 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Well, maybe
9, 10 bullets.
can we just say where it's mentioned?
Sure, yeah, and we'll do the fixing.
Okay. So,
So the motion would be to amend Exhibit A1
right.
in the following way, change height to do X, Y, or Z, and we'll write the notes down.
Okay. To,
Want me to do it?
you try it. Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah,
I guess I can't.
the amendment should probably come from the person that wants to champion it. Is there a champion? What I think we'll need, and we can help you actually say it, but what we need to hear from you is the amendment we want to vote on is 40 feet here and 50 feet there, and tell us that, so.
During the east and west.
Right.
Yeah, it's. we
Restore
wanna
the
hear
distinction between east and
Yeah.
west of I-25.
Right.
And 75 on west and 50 on east.
Right.
That's it.
75 west,
Yep.
50
That's,
east.
that would be it.
Yep.
Okay,
All right.
if someone wants to make that motion.
I, Commissioner White,
Okay.
move that we amend the motion currently before us
To revise Exhibit A.
to revise Exhibit A1 to reestablish a distinction between east and west of I-25, and that west of I-25 will have a height restriction of 75 feet, and east of I-25 will have a height restriction of 50 feet.
Perfect. Second to that motion.
Second.
Debate on the motion.
Can I take a roll? Or
No more debate.
I made the second. We can make that change. That's,
Yeah.
I've got it.
Isn't there some places that we have a 35-foot height restriction, and is that going to create a problem?
yes, that's already there. This is just properties east and west that's along I-25,
Okay.
not in Regency Park, not in the downtown
Okay,
area,
just wanted to
not
make
in,
sure that we weren't
yeah.
doing
This-
something that we didn't know.
No, this is just along I-25, east and west of I-25. Yep.
So,
We should clarify, Debbie, that this is actually for all of the zoning districts that are mentioned in the summary modifications. So wherever those zoning districts are located, and we're talking about the community commercial, the industrial and business park. There's no business park established yet, so that's a bit of a point at this point. There's very little light industrial. But there is community commercial, and that's primarily, north along the west side of I-25. So that's what all these districts are. All these amendments are affecting those districts. So it's not, the I-25 is one particular standard within that. There's also standards for arterials, collectors, and locals. And again, it's all based on the amount of setback relative to building height. The actual height starts out at 30 feet, and you're allowed to go higher if you get more setback. So currently, the way that I'm hearing what is being proposed is that you can go up to a maximum of 50 feet, but you're starting out at 30. And if you have additional 10 feet of setback beyond what the main setback is, you get to go to 40. And if you do 10 more feet, you get to go to the max of 50 on that side of the highway. On the other side of the highway, again, it starts out at 30 feet and then works its way all the way back up to the max, depending on, again, the amount of setbacks that you're having. So I just want to clarify, it's not just I-25. These are tied to the various street, essentially functional classifications, are interstate highway, arterial, collector, and local. The east-west divide is just all of the zone districts that are east of I-25, all the zone districts that are west of I-25. And we're talking about zone districts that are not within Regency Park. These are the commercial center, the light industrial, and the business park districts that we're talking about. So I just want to make sure that we understand the distinction there.
Well, then I'm asking the question just to make sure. Do we have any 35-foot maximum heights that this is going to interfere with? That's what I'm concerned about.
When you say this will interfere with
No, because it's a larger number.
more restrictive.
But
yeah, I mean, if you have
but don't we have?
Yeah, in the business district we have, I believe, Martin, is it the business district? The downtown business district is 35 feet.
Yes, the downtown business district has a maximum height of 35 feet.
Yeah, so that's not going to be affected
And
by
that's
it.
the only area that we've got a maximum of 35, right?
Correct.
That's all.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that we're not.
Is there another area? I believe it's just that
Yes.
one.
Yes, most of the,
Right.
I'm sorry, most of the districts, all the residential districts have a maximum height of 35 feet.
Martin, the concern in the room
Exactly.
is, Martin, the concern in the room is that this amendment not inadvertently increase maximum height limits that are shorter, that might be 30 feet or 15 feet or 40 feet elsewhere. That we're not inadvertently by saying, by talking about these numbers here, whether they be 50 or 75, we're not inadvertently raising a height limit in other districts. That's the
No,
concern.
Yeah, these are only affecting the new commercial center, light industrial, and business park districts.
Not in Regency Park.
Not in Regency Park.
And right, these districts are not located in Regency Park. So most of the impact of this will actually be on the west side of the highway.
All of along I-25 in the east is Regency Park.
Pretty much.
What are those height? Regency Park.
It's in 90.
It's 90, isn't it?
It's in 90.
Yeah, I think so.
The Regency
Right,
Park
Martin?
I'm sorry, the Regency Park districts, this is all on this table 3.11. I can pull this up if you'd like.
Yeah,
The
do.
districts are all 50 feet. So that's covered. Your 50 feet on the east side of the highway is covered by the Regency Park height limitation of 50 feet. So you're already covered with Regency Park on the 50-foot side.
So the numbers in the summary modifications, whether or not amended, do not have the effect of increasing height limits in other districts than in fact, they would have the effect of decreasing them in these identified districts, but would certainly not increase height limits where they otherwise exist and are lower.
They would have the effect in the C1, the existing C1 zone district, which we're converting to community commercial. The existing C1 district is 35 feet flat. So now it would be going to a standard of 30 feet and then increasing proportionally up to a maximum of whatever number you come up with, whether that's 50 or 75 feet or whatever the case might be. But again, additional setbacks are required to get to those heights.
It's only Exhibit A1.
But Regency Park has greater than 50 feet.
Martin, why don't you pull up the zoning map
That's
so that we can
Regency
see?
Park, that,
if
we just
we-
went through a big discussion.
Regency Park currently is, PID has a 90-foot building height.
Mhm.
But there is one other location along Jackson Creek Parkway and I-25 that has not been rezoned. That's currently Regency Park PID. And they could be rezoned, but currently they're not.
Right.
And that's, adjacent to close to the Y, I believe, right, Martin? I'll have the map in front of me.
I can pull up the map here.
Yeah, I think we need to point to stuff so that people know where these changes in summary modifications apply and where they do not apply. That's the concern in the room.
Sure.
Exhibit A1 is very specific
Mhm.
where it applies. It's citing the section number in the specific table. And so it's not a blanket change. The change of these numbers is targeted by virtue of what Exhibit A1 has
Yeah.
to those sections.
That's correct.
Correct.
Yes.
And did you hear that, Martin?
Yes.
So if they just change the heights, just as stated in Exhibit A1, is not changing any additional areas.
So maybe you can just show us on the map, Martin, the Exhibit A1 areas that are being affected by the heights in Exhibit A1.
Okay. Looking on the west side of I-25, starting from the north to the south, anything that is zoned CC is affected.
That doesn't plan all that approved.
Right.
So it's the pink, right?
Yeah, it's all the ones that say CC on them that are in the pink color.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah. the
On the
colors
east
are more
side-
helpful.
On the west side of I-25. When you start getting south, most of this is PUDs.
Okay.
And then there's only one little property down here at the interchange with Baptist Road that's still possibly CC. You do have the LI piece that would also be affected by that change. So those are the properties on the west side of I-25 that would be affected by this change. On the east side of I-25, whoops.
That's right. Right.
Yeah.
On the east side of I-25, again, is primarily what we're talking about are PUDs and Regency Park, which has a different set of standards than what we're talking about with these changes. You do have some CC land that's still at Baptist Road and I-25. I think all these properties are primarily developed right now. So
Okay.
No.
it probably wouldn't make any difference.
Okay.
So that's basically, on the east side, this is really it down here.
Okay. That's helpful.
Okay.
Thank you. That really narrows the effect of what you do.
So-
Which I
so
think was
the-
your concern, and I understand that.
So the motion to make this amendment is really out of principle, largely.
It seems like it.
Well, yes and no. Like, once that one truck stop goes out of business and then Area puts a hotel right there.
Safeway goes away.
And there is a lot of
You
property.
never know.
I mean, either
Never
way,
know.
yeah.
I still think it's
Worth it.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I am definitely comfortable. Sounds like we need to make the motion again. Yep.
So you've got a main motion, you've got a motion to amend that got seconded?
We have to restate it for the record.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So, in the spirit of fun with motions, I, Commissioner White, move that we amend the motion before this esteemed planning commission
It's getting late.
to,
Just gonna make you repeat it again.
to amend Exhibit A1 to maintain the distinction between west and east of I-25 properties, and that west of I-25, the height restriction be established at 75 feet, and east of I-25, the height restriction be established at 50 feet.
Perfect. Well said. It's been moved and seconded, so you can vote on the amendment and see if it gets on the main motion or not. I'm curious.
Do I need to move for a second on the amendment?
The amendment, did someone second that amendment?
I'll second the amendment.
Okay, good.
Can I take roll?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
So this vote is on the amendment.
Okay, Commissioner Danny Hours.
Yes.
Commissioner Martin Trujillo.
Yes.
Commissioner Eric Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Bill Lewis.
I'm going to pass.
Vice Chairman Sean White.
Yes.
And Chairman Chris Wilhelmi.
Yes.
It has been approved 5-1.
Okay. So you have the main motion as amended, and it's been seconded, and it's ready for either more debate, or you could just vote on it. This is the one approving the resolution. It's your motion.
Do I need to restate it, or can
No,
I
you do
just
not.
ask staff
Nope.
to?
No, you don't, because it's a.
Okay.
We got it.
All right. Right on. I can just sign this thing?
No, we're gonna have to vote first.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought we just did that. for
I was
some
just on
reason.
the amendment now.
Okay.
It's the main game. This is where it all comes down.
Okay, Commissioner Eric Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Danny Alice.
Yes.
Commissioner Martin Trujillo.
Yes.
Commissioner Bill Lewis.
Pass.
Vice Chairman Sean White.
Yes.
Chairman Chris Wilhelmi.
Yes.
Has been approved 5-1.
Okay.
Can I give a point of clarification on, I think the comments you made, say, for example, the pilot gets torn down. They are currently zoned, so they have a PUD, and I think they have the opportunity to build something there 90 feet. That does not go away. So if they wanted to tear down the pilot and put a 90-foot hotel there, they,
The other side. Yeah, the Bolero.
yeah, they would have the same right.
What if
So-
you sold it
Yeah.
and a new buyer bought it?
This,
Does
they,
they inherit the grandfathered zoning?
they,
Zoning's on the property.
yeah, it's on the property.
Lot. But you know, you're kind of stuck with the old PUD too.
That's just
Right.
it.
And you want to do
So
something
once it
new.
change.
Yeah.
Unlikely you want to live with the old PUD that's now 20 years old.
Exactly.
So you're going to have your design that frankly is going to need a new PUD.
That's right.
And now the door's open to impose whatever, you know.
But all this,
you do.
all this stuff on 105 here, that can also go to 90 feet if they rip down the McDonald's and all of that.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Once they
Definitely
tweak
could
it. But, okay, and then I do want to just ask again for that memorialization when it is hopefully passed by the Board of Trustees, just to capture that, and
Yep.
that'd be really helpful.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll come back the
you.
next hearing and let you know what was decided.
Cool.
Mhm.
Okay, so,
Thanks so much
Thank
for all
you.
your help. You guys. were
well, thank
great.
you for your help. That
Happy
was-
happy to do. It's a project we've really enjoyed.
Oh, cool.
And
Good rewrite.
You know, you guys really hung in there, and I'm really, I admire that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your help.
Sure.
All right, so we will move on as quickly as we can. Item 7, reports and communications from commissioners. Staff. Okay. Announcements, it looks like maybe a meeting June 9th, depending. Okay.
I don't know yet.
Okay. We'll see. We'll get an email, I'm sure. And that's all I got. Does anyone-
Sorry,
Yes, Mr.
I was
Foreman.
responding. I do have one announcement. It's a great announcement. As you know, we are lacking a planning director as of this point. On June 14th, Megan Harrington will be joining our staff as our new planning director. You ask, who's Megan Harrington? Megan Harrington has accepted employment offer to become the new town planning director for the town of Monument. She has 18 years experience as a planner. She has 3 with Pueblo County. She has 2 with El Paso County, and she has 13 years with Colorado Springs. She is currently the Assistant Director of Planning for Colorado Springs. So we just got the #2 planner in Colorado Springs to come to Monument.
Cool. Sounds great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for that update.
You bet.
Appreciate it. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for your service. You know, this was probably the most, I don't say important thing we've done in quite some time. I mean, not that everything we vote on, but this was huge. So thank you very much. Have a good night.
And I bet we're in trouble because Teresa's going to try to figure